everyone. Welcome back to our event, Planetability, Solutions in Healthcare and Cohabitation. Yesterday was a very enriching experience to reconnect this network and broaden it. And we have another very interesting day today. Laura is going to talk a little bit about that. We have a very interesting agenda today. We will have Planetability 3 with a panel that Thomas Husson is going to introduce. He's going to moderate, he's going to introduce everyone, and then we'll have a coffee break, and then lecture 2 with Abdulmalik Simon. With Laura is going to moderate. Laura, you have the floor.
É prazer inaugurar esse segundo dia. Eu tive hoje de manhã tempinho para
Good morning, everyone.
Sobre ontem.
I had last night and this morning to reflect a little bit about what
que o Jamie e o David fizeram ontem.
About the event that we had, the opening that David and Jamie had for us made me think a little bit about the triad that they presented about planetary health, habitability, and transformation. There is this health of habitability, transformations. And in a way, the mix of talks that we had yesterday started interacting with that same proposal of inhabitability, the overlaps and cross links between health, habitability, and transformations. For the first roundtable, which I was part of, I thought I heard a very interesting dialogue between what Tomas had to show and what Aline and I were presenting in terms of ways of evidencing the conditions of ruined landscapes, of uninhabitability, those violated, ruined landscapes. And just as well, I think Tomas was the one who said that this way of evidencing that leads people to form ideas and get informed on forms of habitability, of inhabitability. So I thought that was very interesting to see how these negotiations of evidences and forms of presenting them also leads to ways of creating habitability. The second great theme of the project is health, which came through in a very multifaceted way in what João Paulo Tucano said, and then our Lu, who was also questioning representativity in terms of health, which I think connects with what João Paulo was sharing when he talked about his experience with COP30 and his personal history, the foundational story of the Indigenous Medicinal Center, and how not accepting public traditional Western healthcare, they're not accepting rather of traditional and other forms of medicine, led to the creation of the center, which is based on dialogue between those two forms of seeing health. And that makes me think of how we should conceive of new concepts to be able to speak to each other in these interdisciplinary, multiple contexts, and be able to communicate to each other what we conceive as inhabitability, as health, and a body of concepts is one thing that opens these paths to each other. We also reflected a lot on what transformation might be, which was what Davi and Carol talked about, and also considering the dialogue between Germany and Brazil. I think in Germany we can learn a lot from Brazil and from USP in particular, in terms of this format of extension courses, which here allowed Davi and Carol to engage with a project of inhabitability and health that they presented in a very convincing way. And the Planetary Health and Habitability ambassadors also brought forth a way of thinking climate anxiety in a way that connects with action as well. That was our first day. I found it really, really inspiring, and I am absolutely sure that this first panel is going to go on in this very interesting way. And I'd like to call back a question that was asked yesterday by Paula Marujo regarding institutions and regimes, which was a discussion with Jamie and Severin. How these institutions affect our ways of inhabitability, of creating inhabitability. And I think we're going to continue this discussion with Michelle and Jonathan and Ivana today, regarding these slaughterhouses in Pampa, for Ivana and Jonathan, and then we're going to discuss that with Frank. All of us based in Brazil, coincidentally, today. So Ivana is the first presentation, and she's going to talk to us about methods of uninhabitability. So we're going to start off thinking of methods. Yesterday we talked about mapping and conceptualizing and action, and today we'll see how we can tie that all together and continue discussing. If you're here in person and you're from the project, we'll continue speaking after lunch with a closed session and with some of our colleagues from Germany to conceive future forms of work, whether in small groups or methodological focus groups, I hope for the next 2 years. So before anything else, I will hand the floor to Tomas so that he can start the first panel.
Bom dia, todas e todos. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us this second day of conference. Today we have a wonderful first panel where we're going to have a group joining us from different parts of the world. So it's going to be a really interesting mix of also contributions. Maybe I can start inviting our presenters to join the podium if you want. We have first Ivana Teixeira, who is an anthropologist, research associate at the Department of Anthropology at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. And her research work is based on multi-species ethnography to critically examine technical and ecological arrangements related to human and animal health issues in rural and urban contexts across different social groups in southern Brazil. So if you want, you can Also here in person we have Frank Müller, who is a human geographer specializing in political and urban geography. His research and teaching focus on housing, more than human environment relations, violence, and crime. He is currently a visiting researcher at the University of Sao Paulo, funded by the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. So, Juan, Frank, please join us. But also we have another two presenters that are joining online today. We have Jonathan Madeira, who is a PhD candidate in social anthropology at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, with a research period at the Technische Universität Berlin as a guest researcher at the chair of urban design and urbanization through the PROBRAL program, where I understand you are joining from Jonathan. Welcome. And his research examines how technological innovations are transforming rural labor and the relationships between humans, animals, and environments in the Pampa region of southern Brazil. And last but not least, we have Michel Salis, who is also joining us from Berlin. Michel is an architect, an urban and territorial researcher, and he's teaching and research associate at the CUE chair for transitioning urban ecosystems at the Technical University of Berlin as well. So welcome to all of you. And maybe to start the session, I will give the floor to Ivana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tomás. Thank you very much. Bom dia a todos, todas, todes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for organizing this incredible event, for our work and continuity, and for the creation of our work. I am going to talk about something I've been studying for a few years, which has led to an article for a book that we're organizing. And while I will speak in Portuguese, although my slideshow is in English. So thank you for bearing with that.
Eu vou começar falando, né? Assim já não vamos tomando tempo.
I will just start talking so we don't waste any time here. But my field research is conducted in the Brazilian Pampa. There we go. In this image, you can see a small rural property in the Pampa region. You can see how the animals are spread around the house. You can see that there is a storm forming, and these have been really intense in the past few years, and they've caused floods in rural and urban areas alike, as we've said yesterday. How are these events connected with notions of health and inhabitability, though? But based on the ethnographical work that I've been conducting since 2022, I've been attempting to understand how these infrastructures connected to the Brazilian Pampa and its cultural history, especially in what pertains to ruralists and cattle raising. How these infrastructures like meatpacking plants and slaughterhouses have an effect on animals and people alike. My field of work or my research is conducted in the region in green on the map. It's partly in the Brazilian territory, partly in Uruguay, and partly in Argentina. Up until 50 years ago, this area was filled to the brim with slaughterhouses. So these are not the same kind of structure as a meatpacking plant. These slaughterhouses met the needs of small property owners, small ruralists, small farmers who were spread across Rio Grande do Sul. 80% of rural properties in the Brazilian Pampas belong to people who own up to 50 animals per farm. But these types of slaughterhouses are no longer allowed. They were forbidden in favor of industrial meatpacking plants. So we're here comparing old slaughterhouses and industrial meatpacking plants for cattle raisers in terms of what's expected of them as infrastructures. When I got to the Pampa region to do my field research, I started analyzing this slaughterhouse, which is known as an industrial meatpacking plant. It operates in industrial modes and it has quite a different scale of production than the old slaughterhouses did. In the right, you see the front of the meatpacking plant. It works in the back. There's also a store of colonial products next to the road, about 50 kilometers away from the urban center. And in the left, you see a waiting room where the cattle wait to be slaughtered. This structure requires all animals to be the same race, so that all cuts of meat are the same. Their leather needs to be impeccable because there are no fences or bat bite marks, for example. We are going to see that there is an agent to control that. So animals who come to this type of industrial meatpacking plant are treated differently than those who arrived at slaughterhouses, as they were. They are heavily medicated. There is heavy control of their time and biological processes, lots of antibiotics, hormones, especially in the case of cows who provide milk. In these meatpacking plants, the industrial ones, they tend to buy only from big ruralists, big farmers who are able to provide animals of the same race. They, as you can see, these old slaughterhouses have very specific characteristics. They used to be responsible for the majority of slaughterhouses in southern Brazil. Although there are still clandestine slaughterhouses functioning in the Pampa region, which points to a gap between the industrial models and people's needs, the needs of people who inhabit this region, they are no longer allowed to function. So in the past, slaughtering an animal the size of a cow or ox would require about 5 people who would bring them to a corridor that led to this one room, which is where everything happens. You can see that this structure hanging from the ceiling is meant to hang the animal from by the hooves. after it's slaughtered and after it's bled out. So a knife is introduced in a specific place, also by a professional that is skilled in that sense, and all processes took place in the same place. Bleeding out, removing the leather, dismembering, and those big pieces of meat were taken to butcher shops where the butcher would separate the cuts. Breed is very important in meat production, in the meat production industry. In the old model, animals were criollo cattle. They were crossbred, a mix of various colors and various races. The industrial model does not accept that type of animal. They will accept only purebreds coming from Europe and specifically England today. Jonathan is going to attention that. The leather from these animals that arrived in these structures is not important. It doesn't matter to the industrial meatpacking plants because it is not because it's created in an intensive model. So the color of the animals that were slaughtered in old slaughterhouses didn't really matter. They got all kinds of colors because they were raised in pasture, in freedom, eating only pasture. Their diets were incremented with corn, cassava, sugarcane, the same as the human family. In this model, then, we have a more symmetrical relationship between humans and animals. What then do we learn from the transformation of these structures in terms of health and cure? First of all, the first thing that a meatpacking plant does is transform the bodies of humans and animals. So it contributes heavily to the degrading of forests to create pasture. Dislocating humans from their native territories. In the last 50 years, this has led to the emergence of zoonoses such as bovine rabies, which I'm going to explore later. The bovine rabies epidemic only affects agriculturers who are ill-informed about the virus, and without the presence of the state and the support of the state, are and will be affected by the inhabitability crisis in the world. So the meatpacking plant is an Anthropocene structure that leads to these issues because it is an imperial structure. One of these effects is bovine rabies in South America. The predatory nature of the meatpacking industry is transforming formerly more or less symmetrical relations into ones that are harmful to planetary health. You may see then in this chart a comparison of the types of animals that come to these old structures and ones that come to meatpacking plants as they currently are. In the meatpacking plants currently, they are more mediated, the interaction is more mediated by machines, veterinary care is different, the type of feed is different, the product itself, which is delivered to the market, is completely different. And my interlocutors, the people I've interviewed, say that the meat that comes from the meatpacking industry tastes of animal feed. It's bad. So these small property owners have been trying to resist the industrial logic. So this is a chart that was in the Environmental Defense Office, where I conduct my research about the types of bats that always existed, although rabies is a contemporary problem. These people didn't know that was a thing. They say we always saw our animals exist alongside bats and not have rabies. So that no longer exists in a domestic context, but in a rural context, it's a big problem. I will wrap up in a second. I would just like to say that another feral effect of the industrial logic is connected to economical disappointment and failure caused by industrial, agricultural, and cattle businesses. These houses that are abandoned in the Pampas region right now serve as home to bats. These houses also show how impossible it's become to continue life in rural areas because of the effect of the industrial meatpacking industry. Which brings us back to what Horkheimer said about the reasons for suicide, which is very connected to the lack of an industrial of a social network. These people who used to live in these rural properties tend to buy cheaper places in urban centers, which are cheap because they are floodable. These migrants who come to regions near rivers need environmental education in terms of what it takes to live next to a river, which comes to show us how these multi-species relationships and inhabitability and planetary health are connected. So I will end my talk here and we will talk later.
Thank you so much, Ivana. Now we're going to continue with the presentation of Jonathan. We can also do one in person, one online. Jonathan, can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to put your present... no, you have to share your presentation. Yeah, okay.
Vocês vão apresentar aí? Vão compartilhar por aí ou eu compartilho
Are you
aqui?
going to share there or should I share here?
Okay.
It's better that if you share, yeah.
Yes, okay. Let me just 1 minute.
Jonathan, do you want me to make you a sign if at that due time for 5 minutes or something like that?
Yeah, maybe you can put it in the chat.
Okay.
All right. Então, a apresentação, o texto original está em inglês, então eu vou ler.
Well, the presentation, the original text is in English, but so I'm going to read in English, but I will make some comments in Portuguese, and I will share with you what I have here.
If I change the window, it change also. Eu vou tentar compartilhar de outra forma aqui, só eu acho.
I'll try to share in a different way.
O arquivo, né?
On the file.
Agora está o texto compartilhado ou o PDF?
Do you have the text? You probably need to separate. You can transform this tab in a different window. That's what I did.
Então você voltou para compartilhar outra coisa.
So
If you want,
you're
we
sharing
can
something
maybe
else.
share the presentation and you can tell us whenever we can.
Yeah, maybe it could be, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna look it at the computer here.
Yes. There are just photos of the fieldwork, so you can go through. You don't need to wait for me to. Can just pass by.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna also tell you here 5 minutes because I don't have access to the Zoom, okay?
All right, no worries. So you can just go forward this because it's just images, so you can pass. It's all right. You don't need to wait for me to pass. So I'm starting right now. This is an article written by me and my Brazilian supervisor, Jean Segata, who unfortunately cannot attend today. But the name of this article is Multi-Species Technogenesis and the Uncertain Planetability of the Pampa. We are trying to to discuss the idea of how of habitability in Pampa. There's the same region that Ivana talked about a couple of minutes ago. So yeah, that is it. I start the reading right now. So, agribusiness in Latin America, especially in Brazil, is often celebrated as a driver of modernization and global competitiveness. Yet, this progress hides ecological degradation, loss of biodiversity, and social inequalities. In the Brazilian Pampa, large scale production uh, large-scale production of soy and beef replaces traditional multi-species ecologies with monocultures and standardized genetics. Emergent premium beef circuits integrated AI drones, apps, and genomic selection transforming cattle into data-driven commodities. Just to comment this photo on the screen now, this is the state of Rio Grande do Sul with the borders with Argentina, Uruguay, and the Brazilian state of Santa Catarina. And these points there are the cities that we've been visiting since the last 2 years doing field work. Is the basically the same area that Ivana had made his work there, but maybe different cities. So just to show a little bit. So, as I was reading here, agricultural fairs and certification systems like Certified Angus Beef and Apropampa brand beef as sustainable and regionally authentic, while concealing the growing dependence on techno-scientific infrastructures. These systems reconfigure how ranchers and animals related. Gaucho practices and embodied knowledge are displaced by algorithms, ultrasound scans, and drone monitoring. The multi-species technogenesis, this is the idea of coevolution of technology and life, produces both innovation and simplification, narrowing the range of possible futures for human, cattle, and environment. So in this work, we brought here some ethnographic research in Brazil and a little field work that we've been doing in Berlin. So we analyze both the industrial intensification of cattle in Brazil and alternative conservation practices that we've been observing in Domendalen, in a farm museum dedicated to endangered domestic breeds in Berlin. And for this idea, we would like to discuss the idea of planetability. That means, in other words, the capacity to live and coexist ethically with other species on a shared planet. Okay, just to start it, Ivana says so about the Pampa. So the Pampa is a vast geographical region located in the far south of Brazil, extending to Uruguay and parts of Argentina. The region livestock raising practices have, over the past 3 centuries, shaped local ways of life, tradition, and identities, broadly embodied in the figure of the gaucho, the rural worker of the Pampas. Um, the cattle culture of the Pampa emerged from a different trajectory than the rest of Brazil livestock history. While the early 20th century war against Zebu in the southwestern Brazil consolidated the Zebu cattle as the national breed, especially because it's cheapest, more productive, and this is foundation to agribusiness. In the southern Pampas, follow an alternative path, especially based on British taurine breeds such as Hereford and Angus, Aberdeen Angus. So this cattle adapted well to the region's cooler climate and become embedded in local moral, ecological, and cultural narratives, linking what they call the European refinement with the pastoral tradition and the figure of the gaucho. But over time, the Pampas grass-fed taurine herds acquire a distinctive identity in contrast to the zebu-based grain-fed systems of central Brazil. So rather than competing through volume, Pampa producers position their beef as a premium, ecologically distinctive product, valued by its tenderness, marbling, and natural origin. So, and we have been looking at this kind of development of certification programs such as Certified Angus Beef and Pampa Gaúcho Beef and other certified programs that reinforce this differentiation with the other Brazilian beef. So branding this region, the Pampa, as a terroir of high quality and sustainable beef. So today, the Pampa cattle culture stands at a new stage marked by this techno-scientific transformation. Biotechnology, genomic selection, and digital monitoring systems have shaped the breeding and production practices, creating what has been called as becoming beef chain, where animals are treated as genetic data and molecular commodities. Uh, so it's very linked to what Ivana was talking before of this idea of smaller producers and this industrial production of beef. What we have been looking for is like these big farms with one or two breed only, and that try to create this cattle like in a standard pattern the most they can. So, traditional gaucho herding knowledge increasingly coexists or competes with precision technologies such as drones, ultrasound, and genomic modeling. So, first, the Pampa multi-species history, once defined by ecology, memory, and rural identity, has become integrated into global circuits of food eco-capitalism. So the region now functions simultaneously as a cultural landscape and a high-tech laboratory of sustainable premium beef production, blending traditional with the logic of neoliberal genetics market of differentiation. Um, in our fieldwork, what we've been witnessing are the silent effects of this process. Traditional cattle breeds, as Ivana said, as the Criollo cattle, the gado criollo, gaúcho, are gradually disappearing because they are no longer economically viable. Along with them, entire ways of life, local techniques, environmental memories, and landscapes associated with their breeding are also vanishing. At the same time, new modern forms of raising these British breeds, like Angus or Hereford, have become aligned with agribusiness models. These models integrate livestock production with large-scale cultivation of soy, rice, and other intensive crops that dominate the Brazilian agricultural frontier. As a result, the Pampa is being reshaped ecologically, economically, and culturally into an hybrid landscape where the traditional pastoral worlds coexist uneasily with the logics of industrial agriculture. This transformation shows that what is at stake today is not only the future of this cattle breed, but also the continuing of local knowledge, ecological balance, and cultural identity that have long defined the Pampa region. So I just talk a little bit now about what we bring in this article. That is this idea that this system that these new ways to create these British breeds prioritizes the predictability and the profits, and so the bodies become like a standard that becomes disposable. So in this idea, the animals that do not reach the expected performance or that diverge from the ideal genetic pattern or that fail to justify their cost are excluded from the system, literally or symbolically. The same logic applies to small breeders who cannot afford the expenses of genetic technologies or who resist that pressure of digital standardization. In this sense, genetic improvement produces not only that high high quality beef, but also landscapes of inequality and exclusion within and across species. Behind the promise of progress lies this silent process of simplification where diversity gives way to standardization. As Annette Singh reminds us, there are infrastructures that make life more efficient, but also increasingly simplified.
5 minutes, Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. This idea of simplification is something we've been trying to highlight, especially because I think that it's very interesting to compare with Ivana's work because in that field work, you can see different breeds, different ways to handle the cattle, and here you are always looking at like 2,000 cattle with the same color, the same genetic, like the same pattern, the same size, the same. It's just like an industrial thing. So it's you have a lot of infrastructure engaged to create a more simplified life. So such a simplification has its consequences, but I will just go to the final here. Just to offer a counterpoint, we visited Domaine Dallin, this historical farm museum in Berlin that works to conserve endangered domestic breed. There we meet Astrid Masson, who explained that they keep several species, including the last three calls of Rotes Hirhenfia breed, known as the red raglan cattle. So she told us why these are they are the three only remaining species of this one, and she said for us that almost all cows on the red list are there for three reasons. They are triple purpose animals for milk, meat, and draught. But in no one of these they perform as these highly specialized breeds, like the Holstein Friesian, for example, that produce about 16,000 liters of milk a year, and that's one maybe five. And this idea is to make that counterpoint that this microcosm that uh, we saw and what happens in Europe or even in Berlin, even in Germany, like a microcosm of what is also happening silently in the Pampa. Not only the extinction of animals, but the disappearance of way of lives. Um, I think that just to finish we want to bring the concept of Tom van Doring that we can think about the subtle extinction, not as the disappearance of species, but the collapse of relationship and shared words. These transformations in the Pampa that we've been looking for uh, show precisely that genetic improvement and precision technology redefine which lives can exist and which become unviable. This process does not happen overnight. It is gradual, quiet, and difficult to notice, but its effects are deep. It does not leave an empty space. Rather, it builds a new world where certain filters between human, animals, and environments are no longer possible. Through their okay, just a final remark to link this with the idea of planetability. We want to propose the notion of planetability in this context as a critical alternative to this idea, this technocratic idea of sustainability that these big producer calling themselves as sustainable cattle raisers. So the idea of planetability emphasizes the relational coexistence, living with others in a shared and plural ways. It invites attention to what is lost, not only in numbers of genomes, but in affective, cultural, and ecological terms. In contrast to these standardized algorithmic filters of agribusiness, planetability asks which words we want to sustain and with whom. It calls for a politics of care that sustains relations between humans, animals, and environments against the simplification of life driven by industrial technogenesis. So this is it. Maybe we can discuss it later. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. And now we're going to continue with the third presentation by Frank.
Hi, thank you, Thomas, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. So let me put these on slides. On top, animation, animações, no, apresentação. Esse aqui. Ha. Dwelling in and dwelling on the toxic landscapes of the Baixada Santista. So that's the title. And I'm somehow continuing also with some of the terms where I think most of the basic terms that my colleagues here before me, Ivana and Jonathan, have opened already. Landscapes, planetability, healing, and all that kind of stuff that we're interested in. And so this talk is based on, the chapter in this wonderful famous book that we are all waiting for. That's coming out in 3 months, more or less. We all hope, no pressure. And it's also based on my current research that is ongoing until April. So I'm, on the one hand, presenting some results that are presented in the book, but also from my ongoing research in the Baixada Santista, which is a region close by here. So the structure for this talk is along the lines of this project. Planetary thinking. I want to add some more reflections on space and inequality of toxic exposure. Planetary healing or habitability. The second line, sensing and evidencing as a contested experience. And thirdly, let's briefly speak about planetary transformations, where I think film and filmmaking can be good embedded forms of getting engaged with local communities between academics and activists as embedded pedagogies. So starting with the first one, spatializing inequalities. A brief insight on the region where I'm looking at. So that's Baixada Santista, metropolitan region close by here at the coast. It's in the state of São Paulo, for those who don't know, close to 2 million people, a very high GDP, close to, well, this is a number. The Port of Santos, Brazil's largest port and most important port in that region, since long, with a long colonial history of export of coffee and sugarcane, but then historical jump to industrialization, 1960s and 80s, and the founding of PROBRAL refinery in that region has really marked Brazil's entry point to the global petrochemical industries, which also spurred urbanization and labor migration to that region. Now it's why I call it a toxic landscape, exposed to a diverse set of pollutions, industrial and domestic ones, waste, but also landfills for housing and commercial purposes. So one of the cities, Cubatão, is the hub of the petrochemical industry in that region. But also at the same time applauded and lauded as one of the most sustainable urban development places represented at this year's COP30. I will speak a little bit more about Cubatão. So Moving a little bit towards my concepts, so in this paper and in my research in general, I bridge two debates or lines of debates on toxic research and landscape studies. Landscapes I just briefly understand not as descriptive ones, but epistemological ones by which we can understand diverse elements such as estuary, geology, but also plants. You can go all the scales down into soil and microbes as manifesting power relations between citizens, industries, and states. So not going into too much detail here, but it's a way of looking at space as product and producive of power relations. On the one hand, on the other hand, toxic research, moving away from abstract sciences towards situated approaches in ethnographic research, dominantly revealing the unequal and activating effects of toxic exposure. I think this links to various of the presentations that we have heard today but also yesterday. So these are the authors who most of you, I guess, know: Boyron, Lyons, Nixon with the slow violence. So dwelling in and dwelling on, the title of this talk, on the one hand, dwelling in more refers to the more everyday practices of living a life in a toxic landscapes, and the more analytical dimension I call dwelling on as a strategy of tracing and evidencing those toxic exposures, those exposures to toxic substances, seeking to understand for us how people make sense of those interdependencies of institutions, data, sensors, and landscapes, and all that micro or diverse scale effects that I just spoke about. So dwelling in and dwelling on is kind of what guides me analytically, and I think also relates to our notions of habitability here. Okay, so what I've done for the paper was a media content analysis in a couple of archives in O Globo, Folha de São Paulo, and Tribunal de Santos, and I used these three analytical lenses that I just mentioned: exposure, interdependencies, and strategies. So I'm interested in looking this interrelation of narratives of toxicity and landscapes, no? Vice versa, so it's a really interdependency. Very briefly into the findings. Exposure. So as I said, Cubatão now applauded this most sustainable city of the region, but also of the whole state. That's the image here, also called Valle da Morte. I inductively produced like three dimensions to understand or further unpack exposure. One is temporality. So in the narratives, I saw more from the 70s towards the 90s and the 2000s, now speaking more about chronic pollution, the slow pollution, while earlier it was more all about sudden disasters, events, accidents. So now it's more the chronic one. The uneven exposure is a topic somehow, but at the same time you find very uniformly narratives. So media reporting on Cubatão. Cubatão is an enormous region. It's a whole city. It's a municipality. And then produced all through these media narratives, I find what I call a myth of manageability. So despite all these accidents and exposures, you also find that control measures are getting more strongly reported on regarding high cancer rates and child mortality. So we can really all do it. Seriously? No. Interdependencies. So briefly, intensities and scales are two foci I had here. So on the one hand, citizens are more becoming experts. Now you see in the media narratives that we all expected to know what is a persistent organic pollutant, what is bioaccumulation. These are very much present in that. And regarding scales, I see reports moving from the 70s and 80s, which was all human-centered pollution, to now also looking at multi-species awareness, looking at fish and how plants are affected by that. So that is really, I find more awareness in that direction. The third analytic dimension, the strategies here, how do we evidence, how do people, institutions evidence, notice and document exposure? On the one hand, institutionalization, which goes back to the 1970s with the foundation of an institutionalized monitoring CETASP on the one hand, but then since the 2010s, I found much more reports on activating citizens and also responsibilizing citizens. So citizens are expected also to report, but also to act within their environments. NGOs forming on different states. Always related to, in many cases, related to academic monitoring also at the same time. So just summing up, this unequal exposure, toxicity operates across various scales. This is what I show in this paper, involving pollutants, bodies, houses, but also communities, and even the global sphere. So there's an awareness in the narratives of this relationship on a multi-scale level. So we got returning to my notion on dwelling on, in and on, the capacity to live and build alliances within toxic, unstable, and threatening conditions. With this, I move to the second chapter on habitability. So these alliances I find very important, very interesting. Planetary healing. I brought a very short case. There's a documentary which is called Lama y Chaos, Mud and Chaos, which speaks about the impacts of channel dredging, of deepening channels in that port area so that larger ship can enter. With this dredging, sediments, toxic sediments with a lot of heavy metals are coming to the surface. And then in this documentary, you see fisher communities, fishermen speaking about the impacts of that. So they touch the mud, they feel the mud, they speak about how that affects their fishing practices, but also their personal health and the health of fish. So maybe joining us today on the YouTube, he's invited. I hope he's here. Sidney Bibiano appears in this video. He's one of the fishermen, and he uses the documentaries like this built in by a TV station to demand recompensation for health and other damages, but also monitoring more dredging activities. But they also demand a seat in a steady commission where the port authority, the private port authority, and public institutions would sit together to monitor those effects. Complicating a little bit this notion of evidencing also from the perspective of power relations and inequality. So this said private port authority that is very influential in that whole area due to the port and its large race economic impacts. He's saying in that same documentary, referring to this study that the fisher and the academics have together made on the mud and chaos and the impacts, he's saying we must know that this, what the fisher did, is a perception study. What is a perception study? The fishers were asked, what problems do you perceive in relations to fishing? And they responded in their own perception, I think it's the mud, this heavy metal mud. I find this very interesting because he's really pointing towards their activities and to the institutional monitoring, which is all using data, scientific data on bioaccumulation, bioindicators, reporting to IBAMA, to CITESPI. So you really see in this relationship between the authority and the fisher, a downplaying of other data, which is bodily, which is sensual, which is speaking about smelling and touching, which is kind of downplayed by this discourse of science and scientific data to monitor. Just mentioning this here briefly. So anyways, I think it is important to speak about those riparian communities as producive of an ethic of care for those in landscapes, building a more and more expertized narratives on soil pollution, and also building potential alliances. And those alliances concern us in this space. Many of us are involved in local projects also. So this bridging of activists, NGOs, and academics, various of you are involved in this. I think this is important. And with this, I come to the last chapter on transformations, basically. And this is where I think it is important, or a good way for us to think to the future with PROBRAL also, and our projects here on Planetability. I've been involved in the making of a film on crabs in the Rio de Janeiro, in the Guanabara Bay, where fisher folk would do the same with crabs, listening to the crab, we call the movie, which allowed us to get away from representative studies on and towards more collaborative forms of transdisciplinary research. And we have written a paper with several colleagues, Laura and Jamie and others, on witnessing pollution in this area, by which we can respond directly to struggles like these about mud or other forms of pollution in that area. Producing learning material together, which we can use in classrooms, which we can use in our project here. So this is the one. My future is I want to go further into this sensing mud direction, working together with fishermen here. So our takeaways, if I still have 10 seconds, I think it is important for us to reflect more on inequalities in power, and I'm very happy that most of the presentations have done that yesterday. I think all of them in some ways, but maybe we can think about a way where we can more systematically address power already always related to this wider sense of planetability, not only in the way planetary crisis or pollution affect communities differently, this is important, not to deny that, but also look at how inequalities are producing these crises. So when you think of capitalism in that presentations that we just heard, it was quite obvious that these long-lasting historical longue durée of exploitation and extractivism are producing more and more inequalities also to different cattle species and others. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Frank. Now we're going to move to the final presentation by Michelle, who's online. And
Yes.
Michelle, the same question. You're going to, yeah, you're sharing your screen, right? Yeah.
This is me.
Ah, that's not you.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, Jonathan, Jamie, can you see the screen?
Antes apareceu, agora sumiu.
See. Ah, no. Yes.
It was here now and it's no longer here.
Vocês veem, né?
Sim.
Now you can see it.
Bom, vou tentar aqui me manter nos 15
Okay, well,
minutos.
I will try to stick to my 15 minutes.
Primeiro, olá a
First of
todos.
all,
Sempre
hello everyone.
muito bom conversar com
It's
vocês.
always
Eu acho que
amazing to speak to all of you.
eu
I
gosto de
think
estar numa mesa, principalmente
I really like
dois
to be in a round
antropólogos,
table with two
dois geógrafos.
anthropologists,
Eu sou
two
antropólogo, né? Então, mas eu acho
geographers,
que arquitetos,
well,
assim,
geographers,
urbanistas,
anthropologists, and
têm cada vez
architects and
mais
urbanists,
estão
people who
tendo
increasingly
a
see
potencialidade, assim,
the
de sair do campo
potential
disciplinar
to
e conversar mais,
leave their
assim,
own
com
fields of
antropólogos,
work and
principalmente.
speak to,
Então,
especially
essa
anthropologists.
interessante apresentar o meu
So I think
trabalho
it's
aqui na
really
companhia
interesting
de
to show my
geógrafos.
work in your
Bom,
company.
a partir da problemática levantada pelo
Starting
seminário
from the
em questões
problems raised
relacionadas ao
by
conceito
the seminar
emergente
in
de
questions related
habitabilidade,
to the emerging
eu
concept
resolvi
of
contribuir para essa discussão a partir do
planetability, I
urbanismo e do
intend to
design
contribute to the
territorial,
discussion
buscando
from the
aproximações nos dois
urbanism
campos da
and territorial
conservação.
design
Na
in
minha pesquisa
relation
de
to critical
doutorado, eu
stages of
estou
conservation.
investigando
In
a
my
hipótese
PhD, I am
de
investigating
tratar a conservação
the
como design.
hypothesis of
Nessa
treating
minha observação
conservation as
aqui, resolvi
design.
utilizar a palavra design
I
por
chose
falta
to
de
use
uma
the
boa
word
tradução
design
para o português,
in
que
Vain in
poderia ser
Portuguese due to
correto
lack
para
of a good
aqui
translation.
entendendo práticas de conservação como prática de urbanização.
Here it's
A partir
as
de uma abordagem
an
territorial,
urbanization
de
practice
tipologias
from
gerais de proteção
a
das regiões do
territorial
Brasil.
approach of
Essa
typologies of
inquietação
territorial
se
areas
origina
in
das
Brazil.
condições urbanas extensivas elaboradas pela urbanização
This
planetária.
disquiet has
É
come
uma
from
abordagem neoliberaliana
looking at
da questão urbana que entende a cidade como apenas dos produtos dessa
local
urbanização
places
e
in the
entende também
context of
outras geografias
planetability,
como
comparing urban spaces
interconectadas
and
da
non-city
harmonização.
spaces
Por
as
exemplo, aqui as
connected in
áreas
the rhythm
de
of
conservação.
harmonization, for
Dessa
example,
forma,
conservation
uma
areas.
pergunta inicial que eu faço
So the first question I
e se ao
ask
invés de estar se
is,
protegendo da
what if
urbanização,
instead of
as áreas de
protecting
proteção
ourselves from
fazem parte do
urbanization
processo de urbanização planetária
through conservation areas, we are actually building the process of planetary urbanization. I will split this into three parts. First of all, raising the three fields that are mobilizing: critical conservation studies, planetary urbanization, and critical design theory. Then I'll start talking about this problem in Brazil with a few conceptualizations. Then I will present the case of Portel in Pará to discuss the global carbon market as a process of global urbanization. Then I will talk about design for planetability. The conservation of nature as a field of research and praxis has been ongoing for about 50 years. In order to tackle this issue, new research in natural and human sciences have started recognizing traditional and indigenous practices. As an architect and a researcher in this field, I've started looking at urbanization as a special concept associated with territories and how public and private institutions having managing relations between humans and non-humans. At the center of the conservation regime, conservation areas are their main instrument, and the supposed success of this spatial tool starts in the half of last year with examples such as the Yellowstone Park in the United States, where we create a space free of humans to protect species and wilderness and have these protected areas. But to create that, indigenous peoples were expelled from their areas from an inhabited territory that was reproducing socio-ecological systems. The Yellowstone model was one of the main motivators for what Mark Dowie called conservation refugees. Georgia May states that the history of conservation has shown how this discipline is subjected to a change in discourse in relation to nature. She states that we've changed from wilderness to what she now calls a plurality of perspectives, introducing resilience, indigenous knowledge, and socio-ecological knowledge in general. This portfolio is represented especially by the list of protected units by the IUCN, which is a state institution that lists different typologies defined by a set of practices derived from the human-on-human relations in that space. The focus in conservation areas as nature protection policy represents an international policy of cooperation among countries. For example, one of the greatest global projects is the 30 by 30 goal defined by the Global Biodiversity Framework from 2022. It proposes that by 2030, at least 30% of terrestrial surface would be covered by conservation units. This is corroborated by the book by the idea of nature meets health, which states that 50% of the planet should be protected from humans separately. Bram Buescher, a very important person in the critique of this international regime of conservation, criticizes the main basis of this regime. First of all, he criticizes resource extraction and consumption that are the main drivers of biodiversity loss globally. This leads to major social impact by displacing over 1 billion people. Third, he questions how and by whom these 30% will be governed. Fourth, he says that new protectionist idea ignores decades of thinking about rebuilding relationship between protected areas and human societies. And fifth, he questions the other half. what biodiversity project covers the other half. Understanding this tension between the international regime of conservation and the contemporary way of looking at urbanization and conservation, to the extent that urbanity is not limited to the city and that non-city areas also breathe that same air, the term operational landscape is being mobilized, especially by Neil Brenner and Nikos Kaksix, to understand contemporary forms of urbanization. Here, not just serving the city, but operationalizing global landscapes to support capital, energy flows, and food flows that support globalization. Considering the global project for conservation, you see carbon credit territories and planetary policy of climate mediation. These are highly managed, and these protected areas can be considered operational to the global project of climate control. So when we steer away from methodological cityism, territory becomes a crucial spatial category because it overcomes the boundaries between human nature, savage, domestic, city, urban, and rural. So this can become a political instrument of the state. Like Paulo Vigano says, if the territory is a subject, we can investigate its rationalities. Further than something further separate from design, this is the subject that design makes emerge. This requires a recontextualization to seek how these forms of life live in territories. Design theory contributes to this research because it recognizes design as a cultural practice not limited to experts. When Arturo Escobar says that the environmental crisis is a design crisis, he recognizes the diffutural aspect of design just as its potential to be pluriversal. That is, reimagining the world not just through a single
5 minutes, Michelle.
dominant line of thinking. Okay, I'm studying the relationship between territory and conservation through what José Augusto Pado calls the territorialization process as a result of a spatial dispute between the imperative of conversion versus the imperative of conservation. Paul Tavares uses this term, territorial design, to explain how deforestation, the conversion imperative, is not connected to an absence of state, but to the very colonial plan to invade the productive gap of the forest. When we see the map of deforestation in Brazil in the last 40 years, we see how the conversion of land is substantial in the territorial design of Brazil. This is part of the reason why conservation areas are definitive in protecting the frontier of agricultural expansion. Here we see the dialectic between conservation and degradation and how it structures territory in Brazil. According to my research, there are over 3,000 conservation areas, protected areas in Brazil, and each of them has its own name and history. According to my research, I consider the National Conservation Systems list as the list of preserved areas, but also indigenous territories, quilombola territories, UNESCO protection areas, and places like botanical gardens and zoos. I will quickly touch on the Portel case in Pará as an example of a conservation practice that would serve as an understanding of an urbanization practice. The city of Portel in Pará is an example of this negotiation between global planetary urbanization and local needs, with the emerging challenge of carbon credit markets. This turns the biochemical cycle of carbon into public policy, especially in the global north. There are policy to explore this cycle in the global south. Companies seek places with expected degradation rates that wouldn't meet their carbon credit requirements. With this expected degradation, it is compared to the actual emitted carbon, and then they have a carbon deficit. Here you see a few maps. We have the fishtail that comes from the main road, and on top, believe it or not, these are subsistence practices of occupation on riverside communities. These areas are overlapped with areas conceived with riverside communities. And with the implementation of this overlap, which we call HEAD+, there have been several practices that have been inhibited for riverside communities. For example, the practice of burning areas for subsistence, which is the prohibition of using fire was a result of these, was replaced rather by these small stoves, which is a sign of a neoliberal strategy for conservation. The Portel case is a design by territorial abstraction. Ecology, history, and everyday practices that represent the value of the forest are replaced by the speculative value of carbon. The fight of these riverside communities for the use of the land is a planetary struggle. HEAD Plus is an operational strategy of carbon markets that licenses the ability to pollute at the expense of those who protect nature and should control territory. And just to wrap up, this is discussed by Dipesh Chakrabarty, Neil Brenner, Dipesh would be the closest one to what's being discussed in this seminar, and it has to do with design. Here we recognize the planetary aspect of urbanization, which is a way to imagine other planetable worlds. It is a way to look to the past and how a territory was created, and to look ahead and understand the potential for futurable and defuturable design. I think I'm over time by now, Thomas?
Yes, but if you want, you can use a minute to close.
Eu vou talvez só finalizar aqui no.
I will maybe just by defending the role of design for planetability. This transition and defuturing is recognized by the double movement of design established by Anne-Marie Willis. We design a world while our world acts back on us and designs us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Michelle. That was amazing and right on time. So yeah, well, now we have some 15 minutes. Yes, so 15 minutes to discussion. I can start with maybe some provocative questions, unless I will prioritize somebody in the public if somebody has a question. Otherwise, I can begin with a little input. Lu.
Thank you so much. This was such a great panel, also how it spoke to each other, and really, really fascinating, deep talks. My question is twofold, and maybe I begin with what Frank, I think, really importantly raised is like the stake of the research that everyone here is doing individually or ideally in collaborations. And I think this is something also we discussed yesterday. Maybe a question to be posed to everyone else on the panel. How does what you have been, the fieldwork that you've been doing and the analysis, how has it been kind of like feeding back into the communities or the places you've been working with, or maybe not yet, and how would you imagine this ideally to happen? What are possibilities? I think Frank already, showed some ways in which research can not only stay within academia, but perhaps respond or we should think more seriously of how it can respond and be in a continuous or steady kind of engagement with the places that we go to. And so that's a question kind of for everyone on the panel. And then maybe for Jonathan, I was wondering how these technologies, these industrial or new technologies that you've been kind of touching upon and describing have actually arrived in the Pampa. So like maybe going a bit beyond your conclusion of there being a silent disappearance and like kind of substitution of like previous forms of knowledge and ways of life. Maybe I want to push you a bit on also showing us a bit of an ambiguity in like this transformation and how, whether, of course, it's not only bad in that sense, or, it's also something that's maybe is a bit of a reality. So like how maybe have like also people been using these technologies to their advantage, or how have certain new introductions of like technologies also failed? Because like I'm thinking specifically of a case in India from a colleague where they introduced like a startup introduced like a new kind of sensory technology like to manage I think it was growing rice, and like it had to do with like sensing when the water levels are high enough or something. But in the end it completely failed because like it was developed from a more abstract point and not kind of like in engagement like with the actual conditions on the ground. So maybe you can like explore a bit more on your case from the perspective of these new scientific technologies that they're using. Sorry, this was really long.
Yeah, go ahead, Ivan. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Lu, for this question. You answer in Portuguese if you... Yeah, thank you. No meu campo,
in my field, I see many different ways of feeding back into the people I speak to, my interlocutors. One of them is participating in groups, especially women's groups. Currently, there are different groups to strengthen these communities, especially where it pertains to mental health for these women. So I have a partnership with Enmater, NGO / state agency at the same time. So it's someone who comes to these women because they do live in removed places that are hard to access. And I have been following these professionals with these groups, and when I get there they think I'm going to give them a lecture and whatnot, but I'm actually going to question their demands and what they need to support their way of life. So I ask the questions that not necessarily Inhabit, this state agency, is going to address. This leads to a space of discussion and belonging, and a space where they can realize that maybe some of the practices that they can no longer perform are required to keep them healthy. For example, producing milk, the very possibility of handling animals in a more personal way without buying machinery again and again and renewing structures again and again. So keeping the structure that's considered old and irrelevant in a way that's supported by the state. Like I said, the old slaughterhouses could be maintained to meet the needs of this population, which is the majority in the state. In these autochthonous regions in Brazil, people do not access the internet. They don't have Wi-Fi at home. TV is bad, but the radio, it's with them from dusk to dawn. So I've seen about creating podcasts, and within these groups also created short films, which can be shown to them as started for discussions from the perspective of someone who's not in the community. So that's just what I'd like to answer.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think in the design of this project, this is very much prefigured. The transformations idea is exactly that. I think the ambassadors are really one way, one strategy to make us more engaged and to think about methods that can do that. I really love this experience of filmmaking because the film was one thing that came from the people that were interviewed as something that would help them in their struggle, in their political work, in their public appearance. And then, so filmmaking can be one thing, not only for political struggles, but also for inner community learning. So, because although we had protagonists that were directly from the community, that everybody knew, the way the film put together insights, in that case, about the crab and the mangroves, was bringing some new reflections also to the community itself that for generations has done crab fishing or crab catching and all that. So maybe that's, I think filmmaking is a great example also for these reasons, for technological reasons, but also for, let's say, as a medium that does not demand too much reading sometimes, because, I mean, reading is one media, text, but the other one can really be audiovisual material, no? And we can do that.
I think we have time for 2 questions, and Jamie was online, and then we can pass you Marisol. Jamie?
Sorry, was that an invitation to me to ask my question?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I posted it actually in the chat, but I can read it out. Maybe it's nicer.
Oh yeah, if you can read it, will be great.
Okie dokes.
Have more
Thanks
interaction.
everyone for a wonderful panel. I mean, I've got a bunch of questions which for different people, but I'll start with one and then we see how much time we have later on if I pick up more. But really, this one's to Frank. Frank, I really enjoyed this provocation that you ended on. And I wonder what thoughts you have, maybe some first steps or some second steps even, about the systematization of power and planetability. I thought this was a good ending. I realize it's probably unformed fully in your mind, but this would be a wonderful forum moment to somehow brainstorm it a little bit, discuss it further.
Should I respond to it? I mean, one of the examples we spoke briefly about that you brought, and the techno elites in the Silicon Valley that are extracting raw earths, raw materials, and that are the highest, let's say, expression of inequalities on this planet. not only by extracting and being behind of the technologization of our societies and the capitalism basically, but also with the same vision they have for planetary life, which is escape. So escapism and isolationism are really these tendencies that you can see as expressions of the highest expressions of inequalities. And I think as you have these unequal societies and capitalism, basically, where you have some firms and elites really ruling the world and organizing the extraction of resources that are not even looking towards making this planet habitable for everyone. On the contrary, kind of with a biological racist argument, assuming that richness itself is a better reason to survive than the rest of humanity. So, I mean, that is an extreme example, I would say, where I would say inequality is a driving factor of the planetary crisis. And I'm sure we can think of other less extreme ones, but that would be one. So, and I found that in your text, I think, and David and you have this example in the referring to Viveros de Castro, but also this other author, Dr. Srushkov, that has worked on the survival of the richest. So there is a debate on that already, very much looking at how the planet is not thought to be saved. On the contrary, kind of going towards escapism, isolationism. I read a lot of sci-fi literature, and that's a common motive in that literatures that you can find. The discussion of isolationism, escapism as a form to deal with disaster, apocalypse. Just one example, I don't know, it's maybe too drastic to start with that one.
Thank you. And I think we have a question from Marisol.
We
Yes.
still have time for one more question?
One.
Okay. So it's a comment.
Okay.
Eu quero agradecer as ótimas apresentações. Eu vou
First of all, I'd
reagir
like to thank the awesome presentations. I'm going to react in the middle of this heat that we are going through. I think Frank and Ivana brought two good examples of infrastructure that produces ruins, but something has been happening on top of that. I like to provoke, think based on what we have discussed yesterday and thinking about what Michelle talked about design. Yesterday, in my presentation, I mentioned something that is at the People Summit, which is the idea that not experts that are going to save the planet. And I was thinking from this idea of critical design that Michelle presents and the ideas of conservation, from what I've heard from different sides, like yesterday, David, and I can't remember his name. Jamie, we're talking about the proposition of planetability sustained in cosmologies, indigenous cosmologies and epistemologies. And what I've heard, actually, several indigenous authors publish collective work from different indigenous leaderships and indigenous from the academy that suggest that allow the earth to it. Basically, the least human intervention, like block the invasion process, is enough so that the vegetable world can recover. So I'd like to confront a discussion that we had yesterday from indigenous epistemologists and the idea of planetability in design, getting closer to a more human construction, if I understood correctly, if that's what we are talking about.
Does somebody wants to react to?
Alguém quer comentar?
Eu gostaria de falar responder.
Okay, I think I can give you an answer. There was a question in the first part that I didn't answer, but getting this topic, how this technology arrived to this region, and how there's some mic open. Very briefly, part of the research that I do is happens in agriculture and cattle agriculture trade fairs where innovation is arrived, is sold, and finally arrive in the production venues like farms and cattle farms, and that's a technological vector that arises. But from a historic point of view, the Pampa region has always been considered, from an agricultural point of view, as a place of innovation. So the arrival of fences, slaughterhouse, and there were innovations at the beginning of the century, but digital technologies, um, genetic improvement programs, and I think those who can uh, take part in this market and those cannot be part of this market. And that's the great differentiation. And we have small producers. 80% of our cattle farmers are small farms, and we cannot compare to the size of other farmers because it's a large scale cattle farming. How because the technologies are also going to small farms. They try to get into the programs, the Brazilian agribusiness research called Embrapa that will provide subsidies for populations who cannot pay for that. So there are ways to get into this circuit, but it's more than having access to technology, but basically having access to these programs that where you require a more valuable land than small producers have. So you can, it's not only accessing technology, but having the environmental conditions so that this can be possible. Now, getting into the landscape, something that I can talk to you very briefly that Michelle mentioned in the final comment we were talking about this division that seems to arise from the idea that environmental protection is separating these spaces from humans, is the idea of preserving nature where humans are a threat. So nature, in order to be preserved, they need to be far away from humans. I think it's interesting, this idea, especially in the sense of an analysis, a research. And if we think about the Pampa, what we defend is that the Pampa only maintains as a biome when there are cultural practices there, spaces where you have something that we're still trying to work with, but we have some environmental protection areas where they removed like traditional practice like burning means, and these regions today are very different than what it used to be. It's probably gonna turn into a different biome and not Pampa anymore because you lost some of the characteristics of having traditional practice, human practice there. So it's interesting to think that there is the bioma, there are some landscapes that are shaped by humans or the action of humans. So it's interesting to bring that to the table. Just to the final thought, that the idea that conservation is a play is something that doesn't include humans, but on the other hand, I'm just saying that we must have humans in some
Se eu puder adicionar
practice.
aqui
If I could add
o que
something
o Jonathan
to
falou,
what Jonathan
eu
just
acho que
said,
é muito importante,
I think what is
principalmente
very
no momento
important
pré-COP,
here,
né,
especially in
e a
the
gente sabe nessas
pre-COP movement and in
discussões da
this
COP que estão tendo, é que
discussions that we
a gente
have
está
for
sempre
the
mais
COP,
focado
the discussion is going to be more
proteção de
focused
floresta
in forest
do
protection
que petróleo, né?
than oil. For example, one of the main projects from the Brazilian government, TFFF, is a Tropical Funds Forever or something like that, that is a review of ecosystemic payments for a flaw. What is this ecosystem in the carbon market? Another proposal of how payments should pay for that. Not by the value of the carbon credit. But what you're saying, Marisol, and I think it's one of the main historic concerns in the field of conservation. And I think this is a discussion that it's an ontologic discussion, and from this discussion, we have the value to be protected. And yesterday, Tucano mentioned that, and he was part of a very important article at the Science magazine, where they celebrate this understanding of indigenous conservation practice with Western conservation practices.
Western practices. Sim.
And
eu acho que o design está sendo colocado dessa forma. Assim, eu acho que no final.
I think the design can be taken this way. I think that we have the double movement of design that removes
o monopólio do design nos humanos, na
verdade. The design monopoly in humans. I think that's an important point when you think about conservation and when we understand this process. This production, the socioecological production of the forest, like what findings from the Amazon archaeology and the socio-ecologic characteristics of the Pampa, and how can we understand the ontologic value of the forest?
Thank you. I think we're already a bit on time, but Ivana, you wanted to say maybe? Are you okay? Okay, so maybe we can leave it for. We will have more time later. We can keep discussing also now in the coffee break. But I wanted just to say thank you so much for this wonderful panel. I think it was a wonderful conversation between landscapes of injustice and inequalities. And I think, these connections can show us a lot about how precisely landscapes are being produced in these different regimes of exploitation and what comes from that. So I really take that for the reflections and thoughts. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the wonderful panel. Thank you, Thomas, for your great moderation. And please keep I know you had some questions as well, but we have a lot of time for the final discussion as well after the keynote. Maybe not 1 hour, but we were calculating with that. So maybe we do it a bit more condensed. But let's take time for a break now. I really feel we need to breathe a little bit before we start with the keynotes. So I propose for those online, how late is it now? 11 in point. So we start again in half an hour, if that's okay. Or maybe 20 minutes. Maybe that's fair. Huh? 11:20 São Paulo. So it should be 15:20. No? Yeah, okay, cool. See you in 20 minutes.
3:30.
Thank you, Jonathan and Michelle.
Ciao.
So this one is working? Yeah, perfect. Okay. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Welcome back also to those online. A big thank you to our translators again, and I will also say this, make a more general thank you after the event. So let's start with our keynote. Let me briefly introduce Abdou Malik Simon. Then we have his talk of about 40 minutes, and then we will have time for discussion as well. And as I said before, we can also go a bit further with the discussion, and then we will just melt it into the final discussion moderated by Antonio Saraiva. Okay, so Malik is Senior Professor Fellow Emeritus at the Urban Institute, University of Sheffield in the UK. He's also co-director of the Beyond Inhabitation Lab at Polytechnic University Torino, and he's currently a visiting professor at the University of Bahia. As an urban researcher, Malik Simon works on issues of spatial composition in extended urban regions, the production of everyday life for urban majorities in the global south, infrastructural imaginaries, collective affect, global blackness, and histories of the present for Muslim working classes. For 3 decades, he has worked with practices of social interchange, technical arrangements, local economy, and the constitution of power relations that affect how heterogeneous African and Southeast Asian cities are lived. He has worked on remaking municipal systems, training local government personnel, designing collaborative partnerships among technicians, residents, artists, and politicians. And I really wanted to share this with you because I think both the dimensions of your research, but also of your life beyond research are important for these projects. Amongst Malik's books that I wanted to mention to you is City Life from Jakarta to Dakar, Movements at the Crossroads, published in 2009, Improvised Lives, Rhythms of Endurance in an Urban South in 2018, and The Surrounds, Urban Life Within and Beyond Capture, 2022. So Malik, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've written about the uninhabitable in the past, but in a somewhat different way than it's being used here, which is that there is a multiplicity of forces and actors that generate, compose urban dispositions that are not for us, that are indifferent to our survival, and in some ways, then the urban is a modality of life and non-life that exceeds our capacity to do anything about it. And therefore, I want to talk a little bit today heuristically about what notions of blackness enable in terms of trying to engage this particular sense of the uninhabitable. So blackness functions in the world as both the lesser and the beyond, a simultaneity of subtraction and infinity without limits. So if blackness at the same time has existed through history as both the not quite and the beyond of conceptualization, that which is insufficient and exorbitant of the formation of entities and processes through which the world is normally known, how might this positionality be mobilized to engage the tremulousness of the city and the settlement and unsettlement of the urban? So as Stuart Hall often reminded us, the dismantling of a situation, the opening of a context to a new conjecture, always entails the incipience of a new dispensation, a process that is marked either as disjuncture, a continuity in a new guise, a fulfillment of an aspiration, or the next increment in a long road of unyielding progress. In other words, situations rarely simply end without efforts to posit and concretize a future. This takes place either with the sense that a present is coming to an end to make way for a future that is to rectify all the limitations of that present, or that this future emanates from the present as its logical or expected outgrowth. Of course, what is also at work are the various efforts to preclude future dispositions that otherwise would seem not only possible and viable, but even preferable in terms of expanding the scope of opportunities on the part of a larger number of people to derive their own possible futures from their own labors in the present. In this case, the present then is seen as a deviant future, a future that has gotten out of hand, that lost its way in the lack of diligence applied to maintaining cherished values and ways of life. Whatever ensued from that past was thus an abnegation of a real future, a mark of overconfidence or laziness, a lack of appreciation for the need to defend specific forms and meanings. But occluded are the ways in which specific attachments to practices, orientations, and relationships that are seen as the appropriate resources for navigating the uncertainties of what is to come end up limiting, even debilitating, the capacities of persons to deal with such uncertainties. An aspect of such an affective economy entails the vilification of those who would seem to render familiar ways of life expendable or depreciable. And therefore, one is forced to limit the reach of those vilified, the Black particularly, to deter their impact and participation, to assign them to a place removed. There is also a more overarching theoretical matter here as well, for the material instantiation of the real remains indifferent to the perfection of progress, whereas whiteness, in its imperial and colonial projects, staked its legitimacy on bringing development to the world itself is indifferent to this claim and this process. Philosophy, long complicit with these projects, transposes the real into automatons simulating the real, and thus reify it by submitting the simulations to their own interminable logic. This entails a further making of a self-sufficient language, relegating all experiences of a remainder, those instantiations of the real which are not quite entirely sufficient, to some kind of netherworld, some kind of marginal status. Yet there is a way of speaking that refuses the game of development, as well as the notion of white salvation as carrying the unsayable into the sayable. Whiteness was always, in some sense, based, its privilege always based, in terms of carrying notions of the divine, that which cannot be really said, into something that's sayable, that which brings the above and beyond into everyday life. A speaking that entertains a future that is not about an appeal to a superlative power or to something out there on the horizon, but always already present apertures moving in all directions. Sometimes these different ways of speaking are only available in a rare instant, as in Gosha's view that recognition occurs when a prior awareness flashes before us, affecting an instant change in our understanding of that which is beheld. A drive to establish some kind of shared language, even if the actualization of such a language remains impossible. So if the future as the demarcation of progress largely exists as a kind of trick, a ruse, a process that never arrives, then the language of blackness becomes the predominant vernacular of a process of non-arrival. For we don't know how it starts out, beyond multiple narratives of what its purported existence accomplished. Nor do we know where it is going, since it doesn't appear as a coherent subject, affording it any specific trajectory of development. Such fundamental ambiguity in terms of what blackness is, because as many contemporary black theorists will claim, blackness isn't. This is its ontological status. There's no is to blackness. It is something that fundamentally isn't. But yet we all have to in some way engage it as if it is. So this ambiguity has not lessened the multiplicity of political struggles undertaken in the name of blackness, as well as all the manifestations of black power, black beauty, black critique, and black study. Well, invocations of blackness may largely be shaped by the living conditions faced by black people at a particular time and place. They are also undertaken as a matter of conversion. That is, to take a situation which has been experienced as deleterious and convert it into a new way of being in the world, one that in practice seeks to eradicate any need for blackness, either as excuse, identity, deconstruction, or difference. This is evidence in the kind of the sort of new generation attitudes of funkeros, who basically, try to create a kind of atmosphere of existence for themselves, which is indifferent to both indifferent to whiteness and indifferent to the supposed deleterious conditions in which they have been assigned. And somehow, through a kind of articulation of a blackness that in some ways isn't territorialized into specific notions of identity, for them in some ways becomes a thing of exceeding blackness. So their blackness being articulated as something in excess of whatever anyone could say about what blackness is or isn't. So in this way, black politics brings a version of the future to an end rather than positing a specific imagination of it. For black politics is excessive of both the present and the future, where the future is nothing but an excessive present, and the present nothing but an unrecognized and heavily policed future. Blackness also owes nothing because it never seeks to consolidate its position in the world according to its own terms, because it has no terms proper to it. Its language is a disclaimer, and thus an opportunity to speak for all of that which it is not, but which in those aspects of Western modernity and rationality that slip from its grasp could well be. Thus, the vernaculars of blackness are neither nonsensical or derivative, but affirmative of what exists on the other side of an essential derision. It is, as Nahum Chandler says, an exorbitance for thought. These are complex processes of storytelling, and attention to them seems critical to our attempts to engage a future always able to parade around as something else. So how to let it go? How not to be overly preoccupied with identifying it? How to live in constant air is a generative possibility, is a question. Rather than highly textured, differentiated genealogies applied to circumscribed geographies, Black people have endured across a vast surface replete with gradations, ruptures, holes, and granularities, along which heterogeneous and provisional constellations of matter and mattering take place. This has been the case in self-produced Black neighborhoods in Brazil, maroon communities in the dense underbrush of the Caribbean, and in the assemblages of Black Twitter. These surfaces are not identifiable entities with discernible functions or lifespans, but rather, as Masumi puts it, events that emerge from intensifications of the relationalities among things brought into proximity. It is a matter of things jumping out of their skins, of settings no longer capable of holding things together as they stumble over each other, rushing toward either the exits. I remember accompanying a 15-year-old boy to visit a grandmother he had not seen for years in a Black self-constructed neighborhood in Salvador. Inexplicably, as we walked through the streets, he pointed out places where important ceremonies were conducted decades ago, places which once housed samba schools and streets where there were once slave insurrections. He was able to do so not because he remembers these sites as the scenes of these specific stories. They were never directly pointed out to him. Rather, he intuited them from his grandmother's stories to him as a child. His way of not only reading the surfaces, but of intuiting how a long array of Black history, depleted, recovered, forgotten, revised, generates continuities for Black endurance. That is what I'm trying to say here is that of course there are important archives of Black study, of Black history, and like Salvador is has this kind of obsession with this notion of accounting for long genealogies of Black history and Black trauma and Black potential and Black spirituality. And it's not that those things are not important, but what I'm trying to say is that there is also an equally important archive, just in simply the kinds of surfaces that Black populations have generated that have no clear story, or have multiple different kinds of stories, or are surfaces that in their composite, in their agglomerate, refuse any specific kind of story, yet by which in some ways the surface reveals a certain kind of what Fanon will call a kind of non-actualized existence. And those surfaces are often what is that which is created by, self-constituted Black territories, will build houses, they'll build roads, they'll build livelihoods, they'll build all the kinds of things that are necessary in order to make some kind of use of the urban. But they also create tacitly collectively a vast array of surfaces that generate potentialities, that generate a kind of resourcefulness of action that may never be used in ways that we can identify, never become useful in terms of the language that we have for evaluating what is useful or not. And this constitutes in some ways an important kind of Black archive, equally important to whatever the kind of accumulation of stories and genealogies that might accrue. What we learn from Blackness is a specific technical orientation. For often this what could be done keeps itself away from bold announcements or major maneuvers. As Edouard Glissant warned against the ways in which differences of all kinds are bracketed within specific kinds of formats, such as the urbanized forms of interlocution, the platform of the city where residents are expected to announce themselves, exchange their views, and deliberate on their antagonisms. In the intensely associated, mediated form of solidarity, the compulsion to talk, to reveal who one is, to share one's excitement, is in some ways to be vulnerable to being surveyed and controlled and extracted from. In distinction, Glissant affirms a right to opacity, to forms of solidarity within spaces for which no communicative regime can recognize. For example, in the vast Black peripheries of Brazil, hampered by multiple and competing regimes of authority, the police, the criminal syndicates, the state, the evangelicals, to name a few, everyday navigations become increasingly precarious. Yet from the beginning, the built environments of these peripheries were intensely heterogeneous, and few generalizations could be made. The territories were replete with varied capacities, histories, shared practices, and contestations. Even as life is now intensely precarious, for most embedded in the very constitution of these territories, even as life is now intensely precarious, for most embedded in the very constitution of these territories, was a capacity for collective action, not based on conventional solidarities, but a gathering of sympathetic differences, differences that kept each other in view, and that is hardwired into the very surfaces of the territory. Something that is readable perhaps only across the surfaces, something that is not common or even specialized knowledge, but a manifestation of a knowing before knowing. A non-actualized existence that cannot so much be mobilized as collective resource in a present of complex political navigations and enduring racial subjugation, but which exists nevertheless as a tacit resource, potentially activated someday. So instead of the unfolding of urban life being subjected to measures of development or underdevelopment, it is important to engage political transformations that on the surface seem to veer in many different directions and that are not clear evidence of any theorization or historical stage. The challenge is how to think through the transformation of a particular place in its own terms, of how it creates the conditions and possibilities to actualize itself as both rupture and continuity. What is missing in the deliberations of global disorder, then, is a sense of refusal, a refusal that is blackness. Not as something refused a normative ontological status, or even the refusal of racial oppression, but as Fred Moten indicates, a refusal to be one thing or another, a refusal to be recognized, a refusal to be integrated into the vernaculars of citizenship and freedom, a refusal to be captive audience, to be extracted from. At the same time, the movement from a captive position to one of emancipation could never be a linear journey, as what was purportedly free was inextricably linked to capture, and what constituted a position of capture was perversely a sign of respect. The way in which the master so feared the undefinable capacities of the Black body that its relegation to servitude was compulsory. It was unimaginable to live amongst Blackness as something free, as if it outpaced the speed of light and proffered its own modality of dazzlement. So fugitivity then is a mission never accomplished, but also never deterred. It's a means of engaging the certainty of death, but in a way that keeps death off guard, and that even ambiguates whether it has transpired or not. For the agent of fugitivity need not assume the corporeal. As Rizvana Bradley puts it, the Black body is a fiction to begin with, as it always already existed as a kind of surrounds. The architectural edifice of white interior life, the distribution of physicality, always neurologically diverse. Just as soon as you think you've pinned it down, locked it up, killed it off, it reappears in a different guise, as it sets its eyes on the prize toward a future that remains simply that, a future. So there is something about Blackness that connotes a fugitivity essential for the foreshadowing of the incipients headed toward a future. For what we suggest is that fugitivity constitutes and navigates an edge. This is an edge between appearance and disappearance, between continuity and discontinuity, between capture and freedom. Under slavery, the fugitive always sought to traverse the edges of property, of the swamp, of jurisdiction and state lines. The task was to flee along the edges, to, as Fred Moten puts it again, to improvise through horror. The edge is also that interplay between a vast extended surface of multiple interruptions, experiments, queer manifestations, and mutations that make up a plane of fugitive navigation. All the ways in which flight can blend in, take rest, learn new tricks, forge friendships, lay low, and rehearse acquired knowledge, and the disappearance of the surface, all the vacancies, the voids and abysses, whose densities are so overwhelming that all distinctions and textures are obliterated. Here is a nearly invisible line between conjunction and disjunction, to be settled and to be unsettled. When we perceive something, we tend to be conscious of quantity, degree, magnitude, breaking things down into parts, or considering the thing to be part of something, a category to have an overview, in relations of what something is next to, similar with, contained by, adhered with. But we also sense things as lures with their own inexplicable force, which provokes an affiliation that does not exert control or projection. So this is an interval where everything is not given all at once. Rather, it is an indeterminate, inventive moment, the condition of being otherwise than what something is now. And there's no guaranteed we, yet we endure, perhaps not as we think, for we exist only as a we, only on the edge. Blackness thus is a method for navigating this edge, an edge upon which incipience is always positioned, both daring and vulnerable. And sometimes incipients must endure on such an edge, refuse to go one way or another, perhaps content to destabilize what sits on either side of it. And sometimes it will take Fanon's leap into unprecedented inventiveness with no guarantees. More than simply position, the edge that is Blackness is an engine for urbanizing the future that must risk both impossibility of both the urban and the future. As David Marriott argues, with respect to decolonization and sovereignty, the absence of any we that could give a ground to revolutionary and world-ending violence cannot be an unfolding of the human, but rather must be a negation of the petrification that occupies consciousness. As he says, the masses have to both perform and invent themselves in the event of indecision. The fact that this is what the wretched show should not be lost sight of. Invention is the stage on which the people can be both resuscitated and shattered, and precisely because it is not easy to be freed from the contagion of petrification. So if saving the world has always required saving an us from a them, and if the end of the world has been depicted by using the landscapes and conditions that we have demanded of them, then the end of the world might be thought affirmatively as the end of us, the end of an absolute right to life, and the beginning of the thought of what other lives might matter. So in what sense, then, might the edge be the end of the world and the beginning of the future?
Thank you, Malik, for this great talk. I will ask 2 questions while we are waiting for the others to settle their minds on what you have offered us to reflect on. I will just repeat on what I noted from what you said in the beginning on the urban as modality of life and non-life, on conditions that make the planet inhabitable for us, and on a heuristics of blackness in order to generate a sense of the uninhabitable. So waiting for questions to pop up. One thing that I discussed a little bit with Jamie as well before, and that I would like to share with you, is a more broader question, but really based on what you have proposed as a heuristics of blackness and black urbanism. So as you have heard throughout the past 2 days, our project seeks to bring together planetary health, planetary thinking, with questions of planetary habitability and design even. And throughout the morning session, I was thinking, while in Michel's talk, planetary urbanization came up with Christian Schmid, Montemor in Brazil, and while at the same time, when we think of what is going on in terms of the planetary, when discussing design, but also Black Thought, Thousand Theory, in the thinking of Achille Mbembe and Arturo Escobar, for instance, how would you think these together? So what do you make of, on the one hand, a discussion around planetary urbanization that connects a guy in Switzerland, Christian Schmid, with a guy in Brazil, Montemor? What do you make of thinkers that come from a tradition of Southern theory and of Black thought, like Arturo Escobar and Achille Mbembe, who recently start talking about design and about planetary thought, basically? This is my first question. Can I ask a second one, or do you want to answer first? Yeah, okay, because I think you can also connect it. The second one is more also inspired by our discussions and the provocation we had yesterday already in Thomas' talk, but also today in the quick exchange between Jamie and Frank. So how to politicize planetability, basically, and where to locate power in our discussion of planetability. So I think what you have been talking about in terms of methods for an uninhabitable future, is there something in that would be interesting to discuss, related to what we are trying to do when we talk about politicizing planetability? And you have mentioned Fanon, you have mentioned Lisson, you have mentioned Fred Moten, you have mentioned indifference, the right to opacity, the idea of refusal, as something that I would also read as a methodological proposal. Ways of storytelling, when you have been talking about your experience in Salvador with reading the surfaces and intuiting also the longue durée of Black history. I think this is something that I would also invite you to reflect on as a second question. Thanks.
I mean, I've been part of Christian's team on extended urbanization, so I've been able to see very closely the kind of research work, the kind of theorization that has gone into how to approach methodologically and conceptually. I think it's Nikos's term more than anyone else, these operational landscapes. And one can, at a macrostructural level, understand the way in which these landscapes are being composed and operated on, and how they operate. But there's a extended also is related to notions of extensive. And so there's a kind of process of extensive urbanization that takes place in ways that I think are familiar to all of us. Jakarta is a city that is apparently declining in population from 10 million to maybe 9 million, but the region around Jakarta is 35 million. And what are these extended areas? And one can understand the way in which these are created through particular kinds of logics of accumulation and extraction and value creation. But they're also the result of thousands of discrepant projects, often done impulsively, often done with various forms of speculation on the part of both the wealthy and the poor. And what gets generated are these spatial contiguities that have very little to do with each other. There's no overarching rubric that accords them some kind of functional coherence. They must find their ways to each other. So what is the subject position of the territory? Unlike the city, which in some ways had its sense of densities and sectors and zones and administrative rationalities, to govern the extensive, to try to have a kind of conceptual overview of them becomes increasingly difficult. So what is the territorial subject position? What is the body of that territory? And the application then of sort of white notions of individual subjecthood and subjectivity, if applied territorially, don't really make that much sense anymore. Whereas Blackness never had that kind of a, Blackness was always something which was extensive. It was always a process of enfleshment. And enfleshment doesn't have, enfleshment just bears the signs and the marks that are made on it. There's no real coherence to it. Therefore, it is in some ways denied the position of subjectivity, but at the same time exceeds that position. And so you have territories, extensive spatial territories, which are in simply just a multiplicity of marks that can go and be read in a lot of different ways. And so what are they? What are this kind of status? So in some ways, this is how I would try to think about a potential kind of articulation between notions of Blackness and notions of what the extensive urban is today.
Good. Okay, let's open for questions.
And if you have questions in the Zoom, Jamie, Jonathan, Michelle, just show. Do you have one, Jamie? Yeah? Not now, but I will ask you after Louis asked the question. Yeah? And Thomas as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for this really incredible talk. And I think my question will extend on Laura's question given right now, so methodology and form, or the question of how, because it's really striking kind of to experience like your talk and to read it and to see it in conjunction with these different artworks that you kind of that are superimposed or underlay the text that we were reading while listening to you. And I wonder whether you can just maybe tell us a bit more or reflect upon how, you know, what you have been saying, what we have been hearing, like, is kind of not, to me, reducible to, you know, like the one argument, but it is kind of, it comes and exists and becomes through it, the form which you gave to it. And so I'm interested in, yeah, the presence of these artworks in relation to what you have been saying, and kind of how, what they do, what work do they do in your process of thinking and experiencing and doing research, or maybe doing research is also a questionable term. But you know, being in these places and like going there and like speaking to people. So yeah, I guess reflection on form, perhaps, or non-form, excess of form, and artworks.
It's just it's just a way to try to instigate some kind of sense that is not in a sense that is not simply semiotic or linguistic or conceptual within language itself, but has sense again of that kind of interstices, that kind of edge, because we simultaneously seem to exist within urban context in which relationalities amongst things and events and bodies is much more extensive and proficient. I mean, the most frequent word that you hear now within sort of metropolitan government is interoperability. The way in which calculations are made about the relationships between different kinds of processes and sectors within the city. You know, what does your local tax base have to do with your transportation flows? What does transportation flows have to do with individual livelihood? I mean, this obsession with being able to calculate proportionality, the interrelationship amongst different kinds of factors and dynamics and variables, at the same time as the experiential situation of living within urban context seems to be that territories and things and people move away from each other. The intense sense of detachment, the intense sense that things don't have to have anything to do with each other, that somehow people can live within their niches, within their particularities, and not have to consider anything else beyond that kind of niche. So this kind of simultaneous these trajectories of intensified relationality and the capacity to document and calculate and compute, and the experience of things really moving away from each other within a kind of circumscribed territory or arena. So this kind of doubleness of these divergences, how does one think about what it means to be in the middle of that, to act within the middle of that? What is that kind of interstitial edge space? And that's why in terms of Black study, there's this constant invocation of the edge from people like Moore Mother, you know, the renowned, you know, poet, musician, Philadelphia, who, you know, in a famous lyric says, "We are at the edge," you know, which is in somehow that because Blackness has always occupied that edge. It has always been something that isn't. It's always been something that goes beyond, or it's something that's not quite. It's something that you have to somehow say something about in terms of an identity, but you're always wrong. You're always in error, you know, when you do so. But there's a pragmatic thing for that. So how do you live out that kind of middleness that seems not to be amenable to any kind of conceptualization as we know it? So one reaches for images, I mean, Frank made the argument for film, for music, for all kinds of things that in some ways compose an atmosphere of which, I mean, the atmospheric becomes, I think, the sensible modality through which that middle in some ways manifests itself in some ways.
Okay, we have a question by Jamie online and then Tomas, right? Any other questions I put on the list?
Sorry, I'm just trying to get my headset. Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, but it needs to get a bit louder, maybe. Wait. Can you continue talking?
Is that better?
Yeah, we hear you.
Super. Okay. Well, yeah, good. Great. Thank you. So, well, thank you, Abdulmalik, for this wonderful presentation. It's kind of blown my mind a little bit. I'm not sure I can even. I'm going to try and get to a question, but I just I want to try and work through kind of what I heard, and if I understood sort of correctly, you know. I found it really kind of radical, I suppose, if I understood the proposition kind of correctly. And it kind of, I suppose, the surprise or the what I'm trying to get my head around is the departure from many of the kind of tactics and strategies of building community and building resistance and building struggles that at least I was kind of aware of, that we somehow talk about in our project and in our different kind of interactions within this groups, about building solidarities and about building uses against thems, you know, which you kind of, I think if I understood correctly, were asked, you know, suggesting that we kind of have to rethink that, right? That this kind of this binary between us and them. You ask us to sort of end us, and I'm wondering, yeah, what that means. Is this about an us of subjects, of individuated subjects that kind of come together? Is this, I understand, this kind of relational, this deeply relational kind of position that you're arguing, but I wonder, yeah, concretely, how does that become? You know, what does it become? What does it mean to occupy these edges? I'm understanding this blackness as a method of navigating these edges, and I'm wondering who these methodologies are open to. This blackness as a methodology is open to, and I'm wondering, yeah, I guess you already started to answer this a little bit. Like, are these edges real, and where are they? And is the argument that we need to learn how to occupy these edges in different ways, all of us, because actually the center ground is now being dominated by, as you started with at the beginning of the talk, by people that are purposefully making urban space and the planet uninhabitable. Therefore, we're all going to have to, well, many of us are going to have to learn how to occupy these edges and learn these methodologies. Is this the argument? And if so, where are these edges? Do they exist everywhere? Thank you. Sorry, lots of questions as it turns out. I thought it was just going to be a reflection.
I mean, I think in some ways they do exist everywhere, but it also, I think, also has to do with I mean, in the metropolitan area that I am most familiar with, there is both a volitional and involitional abandonment of a settled position. People are not very much interested anymore in terms of trying to find a place and to develop and establish a place. And this is even the case for some self-constituted neighborhoods that are viable, that work. The inhabitants found them to be of value. They found them to be effective in terms of providing a kind of good living environment, possibilities of livelihood, but being volitionally abdicated in terms of their saying, this doesn't prepare us for the future that is to come. We don't know exactly what that future is, but as long as we invest in trying to fortify our notion of being settled, we're not going to know. So there's a kind of intensified provisionality in terms of where people put themselves, geographically, in terms of where they house themselves. In Jakarta, the rate of residential longevity within particular situations has decreased tenfold during the past 15 years. That is, people are on the move. And so you have this kind of more extensive circulation of bodies across a more highly differentiated urban space, trying to get a sense, trying to get an orientation of what is more viable for now. Where can money come from now? Where is possibilities coming from now? Even in the poorest city of the world, where you have the largest number of people earning under $1 a day, you still have residents speculating on where to put scarce resources in terms of buying a plot of land. Not just one place, but 5 different places. In order to protect those 5 different places, you have to have different relatives that, stay there, or else the land is going to be stolen from you. What I'm trying to suggest is that the circulation, this intense provisionality of residential locations, geographies of operation, are themselves creating these kinds of edges, where the circulation and the movement upends and unsettles ways in which we, in some sense, can categorize those things. They lose a certain kind of sense of stability. So just pragmatically, I could speak in another way philosophically, but let me just speak pragmatically at the moment. This notion of having to navigate big spaces that are imbued with more ambiguity and uncertainty themselves, in some sense, constitute an edge, where the map that you bring in your head, the vocabulary you bring in your head, the experiences that you bring in your head to them are never going to quite, they're at the same time insufficient and excessive of what that kind of, what adaptation means in that particular instance. I'm not saying that I'm not asking us to forego the construction of solidarities, but I think that the way in which we have understood collective life, well, we can still in some ways try to support those kinds of notions, that collective life itself is distributed across different kinds of forms and modalities, which are much less stable in terms of their categorization. And how do we make use of the ways in which we are connected to each other that maybe we're not even cognizant of, but empirically we might be able to demonstrate some ways in which those kinds of connections take place. And what would be the form of making that self-conscious to those that are involved? And that entails a certain different kind of a sense than our familiar notions of organizational efficacy or form.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abdul. It was really inspiring, and I was very happy that the question of the urban emerged. Laura brought it because I was constantly, while you were talking, and hearing you talking about this ungraspable extensiveness, or like this incapacity of grasping this historical negation, right? I was also constantly thinking whether this could be also applied to these ways of building territorial sense as precisely the very same idea of the urban. And I was very happy to hear your take on this, that the extension of the urban is kind of like the reason of its own decline, right? Because the urban is not extensive, it doesn't have this territorial body. And I think this is a really clear and mind-blowing clarification of it. And I don't know if I have a question. It was maybe just a reflection on how maybe there is also a lot that resonates about that in terms of the planetary, right? And also thinking on the risks of the planetarization as a logic, as an operation, which maybe it could be it's different as the urban, in the sense that it's precisely not the extensiveness that limits the planetarization, but precisely the risk of this idea, that turning the planetary as the new globe, so to say. Because the planet, the planetarity, the planetarization allows that, right? It gives the space for that. It gives the space to keep expanding. It gives the space to keep like incorporating things, and turning that massive extension that the planetary provides. It's really dangerous, right? It's really dangerous because at the end, nothing and everything escapes from that. So I think it's a really important thing to have in mind for projects like this as well, like how to avoid this very how do you say tempting threats, right? Of like using these frameworks to explain everything, and yeah, I think there was something else. I don't know if maybe if you want to say something like that. I also really like this idea of like we are in the edge. I also remind me to Sunra. The space is the place as well. But yeah, it's like that's precisely inhabiting those instances. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Wonderful comment, observation.
Thank you, Mari. We should play some Stewart.
Looking searching for saliva, I think it's outdoors. Let's have a 5 minutes break and then come back and have our final discussion with Mohammed. Yeah.
Alô? Muito bem. Estamos agora na nossa sessão de encerramento
Well, we are
do
in our
nosso
closing
evento
session
pré-COP,
of our
Semana de Saúde
pre-COP
Planetária São
event,
Paulo, Planetabilidade,
the
Relações de Saúde, Cura
planetability,
e Coabitação.
the
Desde
weekly
ontem,
Planet
estivemos
Health,
aqui reunidos
and since yesterday
em São
we've
Paulo
been together in
com
São
um
Paulo
grupo
with a
extremamente
group
interdisciplinar,
extremely
pesquisadores
interdisciplinary,
do Brasil
researchers
e da
from
Alemanha,
Brazil and Germany, and
focados em pensar esse conceito
focus in
que
thinking
temos
this concept
buscado
that we
desenvolver
have
nesse
been trying to
projeto
develop
bilateral, esse
in
conceito
this
da
bilateral
planetabilidade.
project, the concept of
Mas é
planetability.
conceito, como
But
temos buscado sempre enfatizar,
this is
mais
a
do que
concept,
uma
as we've
abordagem
tried to emphasize, that it's more than an
unicamente
approach,
teórica,
that
mas
a
se pretende
uniquely,
conceito de
a
ação,
theoretical
uma dimensão
approach. It
de
has
praxis
a
envolvida.
more practical
E uma
approach involved
praxis
and a
crítica,
praxis
né?
that is
Então, essa
critical
dimensão
with this dimension.
teórico, prática, crítica é algo fundamental.
It's a
E que
theoretical,
se
practical, and
articula
critical.
na
It's
tríade
crucial, and it
que
articulates in a
envolve
triad that
a saúde
involves
planetária,
planetary health,
o pensamento planetário e a
planetary thinking,
transformação planetária ou
and
design
planetary
planetário.
transformation or planetary
Bem,
design.
as questões, como vimos
The
nas
issues that we've
palestras e nas
seen
mesas redondas, elas não
in
são
our
simples, não é?
panels
Mas
and
elas nos trazem
speech, they are not
conjunto
simple,
de
but they bring
questões, de
a
problemáticas que
group of
envolvem
issues or
posicionalidade,
problematics that
envolvem
involve
escala,
positioning,
envolvem
scale,
histórias e agências
history and
extremamente
agencies
diversas
that are very diverse
no planeta hoje.
in
Não
our
só
planet today, not only
aquelas que estão vinculadas
what's been
processos
connected to process,
entrópicos e antrópicos,
entropic
como
process,
também
but also
as formas de se
forms
posicionar
of
teoricamente diante desses
positioning
processos.
in this facing those processes.
Nós temos agora por volta de 40 minutos para uma conversa mais informal.
We have
Conversa informal e a
some
gente
minutes to
gostaria
have
muito de
an informal
ouvir
conversation. I would like
e
to
ouvir também
hear
as pessoas que ainda não se
from you
colocaram
and hear people who haven't
nas conversas
talked
até o momento. E
yet so
até
far,
mais do que
and more
grandes
than
formulações, que possam nos ajudar com perguntas.
very
Com
sophisticated
perguntas a
formulations. I
partir
want you to
dos
help us with
objetos de
questions,
pesquisa de vocês,
questions
dos campos
in your object,
em que
the
vocês têm
subject of
atuado.
research in
Essa
your
pode ser uma
fields,
forma
and this
também
could be a way
interessante do nosso,
to
não só de encerramento desse
do our
evento,
closing, but
mas uma
also
forma também de
a way
agregarmos
of
questões para o projeto
adding some more
que estamos
questions to the
desenvolvendo.
project we've been developed.
Talvez uma provocação que eu faria aqui já para a gente começar, e vocês podem tanto assumir essa
You
provocação ou
can
não,
take this provocation or
mas
not, but
nessa tríade que
this
colocamos para o
triad
projeto, em termos de saúde planetária,
in
pensamento
terms of
planetário e
planetary
transformação
health,
planetária,
planetary
de nos
transformation,
dirigirmos
to
a
direct
partir
us
dos dois primeiros pontos
from the
para
first
uma
two
ênfase em relação à
strategic
transformação
points in an
planetária,
emphasis
como
of
se
planetary
qualquer
transformation,
transformação ela
as if
já
any
tenha
transformation
de maneira indireta ou direta a
has
necessidade de
already
se
the need
pensar a partir da saúde
to
planetária e do
be
pensamento
thought
planetário. Sem
after
esses
from a
dois pontos
planetary health, a
não é
planetary
possível esse terceiro eixo.
thought point of view.
E
Without that, we cannot have this
que
third axe.
possibilidades vocês
And
enxergam
what are the possibilities that you see from your place of work, actions that has planetability as the main issue and the landscape and the horizon. So I'm open the floor. I'm here just as a moderator. Your interventions are not only in a room, but online. Jamie, Michelle, please feel free to take the word, to take the mic.
Ou ainda, por exemplo, se vocês perderam o timing de alguma questão nas
if you missed the point in some of the previous panels, maybe that's the time to go back to some issues. Tomás?
Yeah, thank you, David. Maybe I could
talvez eu
make a comment based on the panel we had in the morning. I was moderating because there was also I prepared a sort of like a small input for the panelists, and I think it would be really interesting to open that discussion a little bit as well, which is, and I already have it with some of you during the coffee break, which is, yeah, I think it's very interesting how these discussions on planetary habitability and new understandings of planetary relations and landscapes production, right, force us in a certain way to use concepts that are there. For example, the urban, the rural, keep reproducing these concepts, right? Under the idea, for example, planetary urbanization, which was something that we heard a lot and with wonderful interventions. I'm just thinking, for example, Michelle's talk about conservation as a form of design, and particularly a form of design that is reproduced by these planetary urbanization processes, right? But I also think it's interesting to reflect on how precisely the same idea of the same scale that we're facing requires as well to think on the limits of those concepts, right? There is a very interesting tension when we think that the ways we have to understand these processes is through these concepts as the urban, as in some cases technologifications of ways of life. For example, in the livestock examples that we saw. But I think it's also interesting to reflect on how those precisely same situations force us to think on new understandings of landscape production, for example, and how those changes of scale at the same time show us that these concepts are not sufficient, maybe, are completely, how do you call it, overflown by a huge unmanageable scale. So for me, this is maybe one of the really fruitful tensions that you see when you explore this type of topics, that we use the concepts that we have at hand, and then that's of course is something that we have to do, but at the same time, like using them, we realize, okay, what is being built from that, and I think this process of new buildings, new production is very fruitful to keep thinking of. Yeah, I don't know if it's just maybe because my question precisely to the panelists at the time was, I wanted to know also how all these processes, how all these examples lead us to maybe contest or think on rethink the idea of the urban, right? And I think with the discussion that came by itself, but I think it's still a very interesting question that maybe could keep shaping the discussions on habitability, particularly as responding to your provocation. Yeah.
Lembrando que continuamos com tradução simultânea, então.
I react to it.
Ah, yeah. Please, Michelle.
Just to remind you that we have translation.
But I totally agree, Thomas. I think that like first, planetary urbanization, it's a concept that was taken from geographers that were working in architectural schools, right? Neil Brenner was a geographer in Harvard, and Christian Schmidt, more a sociologist, I'd say, in ETH, and 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 there is a kind of a critique from the urban community, like from urbanists, that it is highly descriptive and there is not this transformative perception, right? So there is no design on it. And that's why, and I agreed in one sense, and I think that's why we see the limit when we think about, as David said, that planetability is a concept action. And here we see the limits of this concept also. But then something that I start thinking and I try to present today is this idea of how I'm using the concept of territory as an alternative, and how I'm using territorial design as a alternative to think about this large case transformation that kind of limit that think beyond these geometrical thresholds, right? That in a kind of way the methodology of planetary urbanization do very well, but not only. Like if you think about landscape urbanism, that is a concept that was invented in the end of the 90s from landscape designers, or also the concept of horizontal metropolis that was invented within this idea of territoriality, also from the Venetian school. We see that other concept that also kind of imagine this how to expand these thresholds that in a way are spatial but are also conceptual in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to treat this now as we are having an open discussion, right? Yeah. Okay, great. No, but I think this is really, these are really interesting points, and just I think Thomas and I had a brief conversation about this in the break, where we also said, like, yeah, maybe they are really more descriptive, similar to actually maybe planetary health, like as these big umbrella terms that are so easily appropriable, you know, for very, very different people with different intentions, and easy to be emptied out, perhaps, of meaning. But of course, more than just descriptive, they're also prescriptive, I think. So I don't know who was yesterday mentioning like imaginaries of the planet as a house, but more in this like someone who was mentioning this again, like as a Jean Paulo. Okay, yeah. No, sorry, not as a home, but as a house. So more in reference to, I think, like Buckminster Fuller's geodesic dome or certain Russian functionalists. No one? Who was it? Anyways. But yeah, so how, like, I connect planetarization much more with like Heideggerian discourse, you know, as like also a prescriptive kind of like teleological, you know, identification of what is happening, which also, well, which of course also forecloses, I think, a lot of forecloses a certain possibility of where, of future as well, because it's like saying, well, this is where things develop towards, and like then becomes very totalizing in itself, I think.
Jamie?
Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry. No, I think actually it was a similar comment to what Lou made. I suppose like this, I guess this term, the planetary, gets evoked in lots of different ways. And somehow the conversation prior to it, when Lou intervened, it felt like it was lingering around the territorial and the spatial, but of course the planetary, I suppose, has these multiple other kind of conceptual meanings, which I think Lou was starting to point to. So I probably don't have much more of a point beyond what Lou made, but maybe I think it was Eleni Costa who mentioned these the Russian constructivist home things. Just to answer your point, Lou.
Oi, gente. Só para confirmar, a tradução tá, não sei.
Everyone, we
Just
have
confirming the translation
translation here,
is
so
still
I'm gonna
ongoing.
speak
I will
Portuguese.
speak Portuguese because I feel like my repertoire is rich in here. I feel like it's more appropriate. First of all, thank you for the research, the dialogue with social movements. I'm absolutely stunned. I want to build upon the discussion that we've been having since yesterday, actually. And while we've been speaking about these concepts, I would like to echo Marisol's words when she says that the transition won't be carried out by specialists, which is something I think very hard on. There is a word in Portuguese, I'm not sure translates, which is idiosyncrasies. I understand that its own set of questions has its own set of answers. I, of course, know that this is related to different concepts, meaning that what I call environmental education might be called something else by someone else. And I spent so long thinking of environmental education that I can no longer speak about it to other people. Maybe I am so tied to that same set of questions and answers that I am closing the barriers to interdisciplinarity, to closing the doors rather to interdisciplinarity, to transdisciplinarity, that leads me to a different type of reflection in the sense, more in the sense of what do we mean when we say a big transition? Of course, we have planetary boundaries that we need to wrap our heads around, and we have concepts to do that. But I often wonder what is the set of questions and answers that could address this type of transformation. And when we discuss social movements, and especially environmentalist ones recently, those are perhaps the true specialists in promoting change and transformation. I think of these concepts of pluriverse under the Zapatist conception, creating new worlds, which is a plural perspective, but also very pragmatic, very action-oriented. Of course, thinking of how to scale local, ground-level initiatives to regional scales and maybe planetary scales poses lots of challenges. But we are definitely not the first people to be thinking of how to create this world that fits all the worlds. So my question is, how can we create a new set of questions and answers that will not exclude what's already there? the knowledge that's being produced, and I'm not going to risk going into concepts like territory, occupation, margins, but I wanted to say all this and hear from you whether this is not necessarily pragmatically, what can I ask in my research to produce that kind of knowledge, but just as an individual that's trying to be coherent with the moment I'm living through, with the current historic moment, how can I foster this type of dialogue and transition? I know this is not necessarily a concrete question, but I want to hear from you all. Thank you.
Oi, pessoal, boa tarde. Meu nome é Lucas, eu sou
Good
mestrando
afternoon. I am Lucas. I am a master's candidate at with Davi. First of all, I want to thank you all for your very enriching debate. And along the same lines of posing questions and proposing debates and concerns, I was very impacted yesterday and today what Tucano said, especially I found the idea of a body as potency was very powerful. And to consider planetability, we need to consider ourselves mutable beings and beings that will fit this idea of planet. This has opened lots of doors since the beginning of my research, and I began to transform and resignify the natural structure of the planet in my mind. From that, I started studying river beings as subjects of rights, as one of the many layers of discussions that we're contemplating today. And within that context, I was studying Ribeirão Perus in the northern state of São Paulo. And I would like to say that I believe that the field of cartography in its magnitude is also essential to discuss these issues. So within that scope, that very complex scope of cartography, I went into geopoetics to discuss these other relations. So in general lines, I would like to pose my question starting from that. If I am characterizing river beings and understanding them as agents in the space of the city, what does it mean to hear the river sing? That river that has been precluded by the urbanization process, but is constantly communicating. How can I look into those possibilities of communication, just as I see there are messengers, more than human messengers in that river, and they act with a local community, which is a collective, and they reverberate that river and what it says. So all of this potency to expand that communication and that understanding are things that, as I heard you all speak, I imagined could be translated in a way, but how? And I wanted to share these questions with you. How can we communicate with these more than human agents?
Já que estamos colocando várias questões sobre a
since
mesa,
we're
né?
posing
Ótimo, isso
many
também
different questions on the table, we're putting many different questions on the table,
Eu acho que seria inclusive uma
which I think
contradição
is
isso
great
daí, né?
because
Em 2 dias,
having
queremos
very
ter uma
quick
mesa final
synthesis
que traz
would be a
sínteses,
contradiction
e
in terms.
soluções
In 2 days,
para
we want
tudo
to
isso.
reach
Mas
a
eu vou retomar
synthesis and
aqui alguma coisa
solutions.
também,
So
uma pergunta que a
I don't see
Marisol
that happening
fez
for
na
us.
última
One question that Marisol
mesa
asked
redonda,
in the
que é
last
sobre,
round table,
conectando com
I want to
o que eu mencionei
reverberate,
antes,
which
sobre as
connects with what I mentioned
transformações
before
planetárias ou design planetário.
regarding
Qual é o
planetary
grau
transformations
de
and
ação
planetary
humana,
design.
né, e a
Is
orientação
what
dessas ações humanas
degree of human
para
action
uma
and
transformação
how
planetária.
would they
Então, ou
be
seja, o que
oriented for
traz as cosmologias
transformation?
indígenas é
So when we
essa questão de
consider indigenous cosmologies, for example,
desacelerar
this
e dar
becomes
espaço
decelerating
para que
and giving space
atores não humanos
so that
possam
non-human
retomar ou
actors could
encontrar outros cursos de ação,
recover or
de
find new
agência,
courses of action
ou
and agency.
versus essa proposta, então trazermos os nossos artefatos, né?
And
Projetarmos
otherwise,
novos artefatos que seriam
a
capazes
different
de
proposal
reverter
is projecting
as
our own
ações dos
artifacts, which
antigos
would be
artefatos.
capable
A
of
gente pode dizer
reversing the
essa situação
actions of previous
hipotética.
artifacts.
Então,
We
seria
can
ainda a centralidade de uma agência humana
propose a dichotomy into the
diante
new and the old.
dessa situação.
But
Acho que essa
this
é
is
uma
a
boa
proposal
questão,
for
inclusive para o projeto.
this context. I
Se a
think
gente
this
se
is a
orienta
good question for the
em
project,
relação a
even
essa tríade,
if we are
qual
looking
é a
at that
posição
triad.
e aí para o
What
arquiteto especificamente, qual é a
for
posição do
architects
projeto,
specifically is
a
the
ação do projeto,
is
que
the
normalmente ela é
place of
essa
a
de
project,
uma leitura do existente e de uma intervenção
which
no existente.
encompasses reading what
Então,
exists and proposing
parece que a
intervention
gente está numa situação em que
in what exists. And it seems like we've
a
reached a point
leitura
where
e a intervenção se deslocam para
reading
uma ação de
and
escuta.
intervention become
Essa é uma palavra que a
listening,
gente ouve muito, né?
which
Tô
is a
reparando
word that
muito,
we've
assim.
been listening,
Então, é menos a leitura,
we've been
mais a
hearing a
escuta.
lot in
São
Portuguese,
canais
less
distintos, né?
reading
De
into
percepção.
and more listening
E
to. They're different channels of
o que é a
perception.
intervenção? Pelo menos para minha área,
And
fico me perguntando
what
muito isso. O que é intervir?
does it mean
A
to
partir
intervene?
da sua pergunta.
Which is something I wonder after you asked your question.
Eu acho que nesse sentido eu fiquei pensando muito também.
In that sense, I think I've been also wondering about this concept of edges which Abdul Malik brought to us.
Tanto nesse lugar de também
Both
escuta, né,
from a place of listening to that action,
o design, né, assim,
which involves not just design, the movement of planning, creating, establishing, making, having answers, and so on, but also this threshold that allows some flow amongst types of participation, concepts themselves, which was something I was thinking about when we talked about translation, how this articulation requires a translation of concepts which transforms them. So I think Abdul Malik also speaks from a place of inhabiting the edges as a space of resistance. But in this path we're going down and that we've been discussing for the last 2 days, and everything that was said and everything that was shown, I keep thinking about the occupation of these thresholds, conceptual and praxis thresholds, and how that can allow for a more ongoing, constant transformation.
Fazer pequeno comentário, então.
I just want to make a quick comment then that I was thinking of as Marisol and my other colleagues spoke, but I'm thinking of the developmentalist matrix of progress, and everything that we're researching and saying and verifying here is that that won't do. So the idea of leaving the past behind, everything that's old, that's traditional, leaving that behind as if it doesn't serve a future,
talvez ela seja potente se nós pensarmos
we're shooting ourselves in the foot. Maybe we should be considering a maintenance and dialogue between different forms of being and doing. I think of my field, the agribusiness influence in small farmers. Why not make them more and more aware of the influence of this way of life in the rest of the world? Why is it important for that region to keep the farm and the waterfall and the plants? So, and the people who live there can no longer live the way that they did because their perceptions are invalidated as ways of living. They used to depend on the sound of the waterfall to know what to do. So I think we need to give that back to them. Not necessarily we need to create a new context, a new framework, but we need to give that back to them and recognize that interdependence.
Oi, bom dia. Eu queria agradecer a todos
Good
os
morning.
envolvidos aqui pela gente.
I want to thank everyone who's involved in this event, in the making of this event for a great event. I'm really enjoying this. I am Marcos. I'm not very familiar with the concepts and topics that are being explored here, but since we have the opportunity of asking questions,
Eu tenho uma pergunta que
I
pode
have
ser
one which
debatida, interessante,
might
ou até
be
mesmo não
debated or
respondida,
interesting
mas
or
só para dar contexto
even
do porquê eu
ignored,
tô fazendo
but
essa pergunta,
just to give
é porque ela se
context as
relaciona
to
pouco
why I'm
com
asking
a
it,
minha
it
pesquisa.
relates a little
E
bit
eu acho
to my
que
own
algo que eu
research.
percebi aqui
And I
nas
think
nossas
something
conversas
I
é que a gente está pensando em
notice
atores
in our
humanos
conversations is
e
that
não
we're
humanos,
thinking of
mas para
human
mim ainda
and
esse
non-human
foco em
actors.
humanos e não humanos que são seres
But to
vivos.
me, it
E de certa
still looks
forma,
like there's a
uma coisa que o
focus
professor Fábio
on
também comentou
human
foi essa
and
questão
non-human
de
living
como a gente
beings.
consegue projetar novos
And
artefatos que
David was
iriam
mentioning
reverter
how we can
efeitos
project
deletérios de
new
outros artefatos que a gente
artifacts
tem
to
hoje em dia.
reverse harmful
E de certa
effects
maneira, minha
of
pergunta,
current
vou chegar assim
artifacts.
nela de uma
So
maneira meio esquisita,
I'm going
mas
to reach my
eu tenho
question in a weird
interesse
way, I
particular
think,
em entender um pouco mais
but
sobre o
I'm
colonialismo
particularly
digital, que é
interested in
produzido pelas big
understanding
techs. E eu acho que
digital
algumas
colonialism, which
falas
is produced by big
que se
techs.
relacionam foram
And I think
ditas,
some of the things that
mas
are
eu gostaria de
related
pensar como que a
were
planetabilidade
said, but I
consegue
want to
pensar
explore
o
how
atual cenário de
planetability
dominação massivo que a gente tem dessas grandes
thinks of
corporações
this
que controlam
massive
diversos sistemas,
domination
exploram o meio
context by these
ambiente,
corporations
enfim,
which explore the
dinâmicas sociais.
environment,
É possível a gente pensar
engage
numa
in poor
planetabilidade num
social
cenário onde
relations.
o
Is
grande
it
parte do mundo é
possible to think of
controlado por big techs
a scenario
e, enfim,
where
como
a
a gente
great
lida com
part of the
isso?
world is
Aí nesse ponto eu
owned
estou
by
pensando em
big
agentes
techs, and how
não
can we
humanos,
think
mas
of
não necessariamente seres
planetability in that
vivos também, né?
context?
É um pouco
So
disso, não sei se
that's what
faz
I mean
sentido.
when I say I'm not thinking necessarily about just living beings. So I'm not sure that was clear, but thank you.
I'm gonna make a comment in English. But I think it's a really interesting point because I think it hasn't been raised so much these last days. For example, everything that has to do with digitalization. Not only, I mean, of course, in the most like critical perspective on that, or based on capitalist regimes and what does it mean to like this massive resource consumption that data centers requires, but there is also like another perspective of seeing the question of the digital is also what role does the digital play in itself in discussions of planetability, because nowadays one of the, if not the most important way in which planetary discussions are being raised is through digital models. In the case of cities with digital twins, in case of climate processes, climate modeling. And I think it's a really good question because it raised the question of what role does these digital versions of the planet have in discussions on planetability and habitability. And connected with your point is who owns those versions of the planet as well. I think there is a very interesting connection there directly, but it's really important to explore as well.
Temos mais 5 minutos.
We have 5 more minutes.
Bom, a gente está aqui nesse.
Well, we're here
Nessa.
in this
Bate-bola, mas bem assim, né?
conversation, but it's very
planetário, né?
like planetary thinking. Like, I just want to share a scene where recently I was in a mining event in the Jequitinhonha Valley. It was a business event involving investors, geologists. And one of the things that someone said that had the most impact on me was from the CEO of the Canadian lithium company that's there. She wasn't there in person, of course. I imagine for many different reasons. But she played a video. We're talking about these worldviews and how to fit many worlds in a world, how to dispute worldviews. And so she played a video of a project that was implemented by the company as reparations for the population, which brought electricity to a region that didn't have it before. And the CEO was truly flabbergasted at the reaction of one of the old ladies she interviewed, who was disappointed with the electricity. She said, I actually did enjoy looking at the stars at night. And it was inconceivable to the CEO that at this point someone would refuse electricity. How could someone so precarious, so non-human, to the point where she doesn't want progress in electricity? So the challenge of encompassing many worlds at this moment where there's someone like the CEO still who thinks that progress is welcome for everyone. So how can I wanted to say this because to tie up some of the things I said before, which I wasn't able to wrap up, I didn't even talk about sacrificial zones, this idea that some places will have to be sacrificed so that there is a future, a future for capitalism in a very general way. And I wanted to tie that into what João Paulo said about what motivated him, a situation of medical violence that he described in his family. And today, I became aware that this is the same logic as a sacrificial zone. You cut off a leg so that the person will survive. It doesn't matter that they'll live with no leg. The biomedical logic reproduces the same understanding that in order to save the planet, we'll have to sacrifice some regions. Well, I just wanted to like make a mess out of what's messy already. Can I just quickly react to that? Yeah. It's just the digitalization, our friend with the digitalization reaction, that comparison with the idea of a pluriverse. I remembered an idea that Benjamin Bratton, a design theorist, who also speaks about the planetary, but from a standpoint of digitization of life, in a way. He speaks about an accidental megastructure. He characterizes this huge infrastructure of the internet as an accidental megastructure. And I'm thinking how this relates to this world within the worlds, if this is something that's accidentalized, and how it has to do with this game of intentionality. Something's intentional, some is not, these feral effects. And I thought what Thomas said about planetary urbanization was beautiful, because it loses, as he said, its territorial body. It's shapeless. And I think, I don't know, I'm just planetarily thinking as well. And I wanted to share it with you. Thank you, Michel. Well, on account of time, we will have to wrap up so that we also have time for lunch. All of these issues are written down. Laura was not necessarily writing a minute of our meeting, but a list of key issues for those participating here today. And so just to wrap up, and as one of the researchers in our group, I can only thank you for being here these 2 days, for your commitment. This event would not be possible without the Martius Chair, which has been at the forefront of the organization and financing of these activities. Also, the Institute of Advanced Studies at the University of São Paulo, who is providing us not just with a physical infrastructure, but with the support of all of its technical and non-teaching personnel, the people who took care of the communication, the feasibility, and the availability of this very impressive room, which welcomes us not just comfortably, but also transmits this to people who were not able to be present, and this will stay available on YouTube for everyone who is interested and wants to connect with our project. This project specifically now is reaching its second year. It is a moment of maturity, and if we look at our encounter last year in October and now, it's visible how we've been able to articulate these ideas that we had, formulate our reflections, and that's why I also told you about this desire to turn our compasses to this idea of transformation slash design. So Otherwise, I can only thank you and the team for the project, and I want to thank Jamie, a partner in the project, so that he may end the project, the event from Germany, and all my love to you from afar.
Alguma coisa, Jamie? Para encerrar?
Would you like to say anything to wrap up?
Ah, muito bem. O Jamie está.
Very good.
Am I on? Am I on? Is my mic on?
Yes. Your turn, if you want.
But I just want to say thank you very much for everyone participating, and thank you, David. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, it was a wonderful event, and I'm looking forward to catching up with you all soon in person.
Muito bem. Então, vamos ao almoço ou ao jantar para quem está aí.
Okay, so let's have lunch, dinner for those of you across the Atlantic.